Hello. You saw the worst possible ad you've ever experienced? Oh no, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't have any control over that, but that still sucks. But hello, welcome. It's Final Fantasy XIV. That means it's Sucro time. Also, this song was indeed called Shamburger. Age of Empires 2 music turns out to have silly names like Shamburger. For whatever reason, Shamburger. Aha, the dancing Sucro, which does not quite line up on the shadowy chat. Okay, that's pretty funny. The on-screen shadowy Sucro desync is kind of powerful in a weird way. But yeah, hello everyone. Last time on Final Fantasy XIV, we liberated Doma Castle and defeated Sri Lakshmi, and now we're at the part of the game that's after those parts. Hooray! I'm a paladin again, and also my sword is different. This is because the Odin sword is simply too ridiculous to like match visual effects and whatnot. I think I've complained about this a little bit before. Well, I still have the Corn Mandments image on the stream, in the stream scene. Remember corn? You ever think about corn? But, as you can see from this helpful image, the visual effects of Paladin, such as spellcasting, do not change with the sword model. And as I am the sort of person who tends to be bothered by insignificant details to an unreasonable degree, some might say, which would be maybe a little rude to say, but, I was bothered by this a little bit. I tried to find a sword that lined up with this visual effect and looked decent. More or less. The Odin sword is not pictured here, but you can imagine it as being like a third larger than the Excalibur on the far right. I've shown you the spellcasting effect of the Odin sword. So this is the, what is this? Chromite sword. It looks a little Odin-y. It looks a little bit like a weird spaceship in a shmup or something. I don't know what it looks like. But yeah, also my shield is invisible. Here we are on a cliff that is above where I'm supposed to be, the M Tribe place. I just happened to find this when I was starting up the stream, and why is there an isolated cliff that you can't get up to without flight that has a cave with gravestones in it and 2 torches and nothing else? What's this? What is this? This is concerning. Okay, but like, wouldn't a sacred gravesite be accessible by foot? Probably. How do you bury people if you have to climb up the mountain? Why are there only 6 sacred graves? There are many questions. I'm going to be right back for an extra second while we ponder this. You're home? Seems like you have at least 5 roommates then. Perhaps the real question is, does anything happen up here? Or is this just a landmark? There's no vista or anything even. I like your lore slash world building ideas. I wonder if they are anywhere close to correct. Or if this is even explained at all. In which case, whatever you want to be correct can be correct. But yeah, there's no vista here. Perhaps there's a side quest of some sort that goes into this cave. Well, that's one way to not have to deal with roommates. Am I right? Question mark? Anyway. Here's another question. I was doing some side quests about in the area. There's one side quest chain involving a Tia who wants to become nun. And also that involves throwing grenades at him. It's very weird. A little bit silly, kind of weird. But after that, there's another side quest chain that opens up over here that deals with Black Rose again, and I'm kind of wondering if I should cover this since I covered the first one. It might be interesting to look at. Maybe let's learn more about a plot element that will maybe show up again later. Or we could just continue. I'm not sure. Also, Mazimzizi is a good name. All of the names around here are pretty good. Mazalico. I sold Ramu. Okay. Perhaps something to worry about later on my own time. That seems reasonable. So what were we up to? Right. Establishing that Monago has common anime characteristic bad cook. And other such things. The first of many. I trust you're well rested and refreshed, yes? Then let us return to the front. The greater part of the Alliance forces should have advanced into the peaks by now, but I expect we will pass many of our comrades on the road east. There's a checkpoint along the way, as I recall, but we will need only to identify ourselves to the soldiers in order to pass. Maybe I should see what this sword looks like if it's paired with the Odin shield. Maybe that would work. But I also kind of really like having an invisible shield for some reason, in some ways. Hello. Poke. With Sukro having that fancy ring on her left hand, it kind of makes the ring seem like a magical shield ring as well. And I think that's neat. Oh, Ableth was completed an adventure. Well done, Ableth. Oh, we're going to the peaks today, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Scion, it's a pleasure to have you with us again. You'll be happy to hear we've taken Alighieri and have already begun fortifying it as our new base of operations in the peaks. Give a shout to the lads as you pass, eh? Nod. Quest objective, give a shout to the lads. Commemorate the stream? Oh.
To the stars. On a vacation. Thy cursed world initial sparks. Let us go again.
Hey, look, we landed on the line that promotes your book. Congratulations. Anyway, I don't know what Lise was saying anymore. This is the peaks, I guess.
Lay the lochs and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat.
I guess
we beat the Imperials back, just like that.
One feature of having a funny button is that sometimes it covers up cutscene
first of
dialogue.
many.
Oops. It took a surprisingly short amount of time to land on the promotion joke tweet link. That's right, I'm better at advertising my friend's book than myself. That's fine though. Lise basically said like, man, I remember how there's a region called the Peaks, and that's basically all we need to know, right? Probably. Was anyone else paying more attention? Through the pass and onward to the southeast, was it? The Imperials sure do like their towers, don't they? My village, the one we visited with Mefred, is far to the north. There's no easy way to get to it from here, though. Oh, this is not the... Wait, this is the... We were already in the Peaks before. This is just the other part of the Peaks. Right. I was mistaking this with the Lochs, I think it's called. The last region in Stormblood. We'll get there. As you can see, this part of the Peaks is much higher than the northern reaches, hence why the Imperials bent Specula Imperatoris where they did. See those 3 towers to the east? That looks like more than 3 towers. That's like 6 towers. Anyway, that's her. Sits right on the edge of the cliff, so attacking from the north is a fool's errand. From the south, on the other hand, she's no different from any other Imperial installation. You see now why Veladina was so important, eh? Right then, come along, they're waiting for us in Alighieri. The Corella's staring into the camera. Oh, never mind. Funny cat. By the way, I guess I should mention, I did get Warrior to level 70. I do like how Warrior's gameplay changes at level 70. But also, I feel like Warrior does not fit Sucro for a number of reasons, and there's a couple of animations that I personally dislike for personal reasons. But, once we get to some sort of checkpoint... Actually, it doesn't really matter where we are, I suppose, but, like... I'm going to use a warrior technique, and you're going to tell me how incorrect it seems for Sucro to do this. Inner release. Her eyes glow with fury. This seems wrong, right? Seems a bit not Sucro. Yeah. As for the animations that I don't like, I might as well clarify. Shake It Off is a bit weird. Just like the movement, it's a bit weird, but also like the being wrapped in thorns kind of thing's a bit weird to me. I don't like it. I have a lot of very particular issues I need to like take care of myself about. And also Holmgang, of course, involves chains, and I don't like that too much either. It is kind of funny how far the chain can extend, though. I don't know. I probably don't really need to explain myself as much as I actually do. I will say also that it's very funny that Warrior changes from a please patiently wait for all of your moves and abilities to line up. And then once you get to level 70, it changes to please press everything as soon as possible on cooldown. Which I think makes it more enjoyable to play as, but with how it doesn't feel fitting for Sucro and how some of the animations and stuff bother me, it's probably not a good idea to use that job. And so I am a paladin again. I'm hoping that a paladin works out still. It seemed to be working so far. I'm going to attune to this Aetherite before I do anything else. As usual, I appreciate how understanding everyone seems to be. I'm also going to attune to this bird. I never use chocobo porters, but I always talk to them. Welcome to Aligiri, the heart of trade in Garabania, or at least that's what it was before the Garleans invaded. Someday soon, this place will live up to its reputation again. You wait and see. Aligiri was once a hub of trade and commerce, as I recall. Alphino says, having overheard the conversation 5 feet to his left. I recall this conversation I just heard. Hence the need for a large central square. Aligiri's famous for that giant crystal. Some say Rhalgr himself put it there. The settlement is remarkably intact. I see little evidence of fighting. So what giant crystal do you... Oh. That one. Rhalgr was decorating, I guess. That is a good advantage of the chocobo porters, for sure. I'm trying to get a good view of this crystal. Neat. This guy's name is Diggin. Like that spell in Grandia 2 that buffs your attack power, I think? Maybe it was defense? Also like the word digging, but without the G, which is also what that spell's named like. Anyway, Alabania? You mean like Girabania? I think you combined several words together. Here we are, the new base of operations for the Alliance and the Resistance. Grandia 2 is very good. Ah, there you are. Greetings, General. I see you've been quite busy in our absence. Less than you may imagine. The Imperials fled at our coming, and we took the village without a fight. I need to go and remember some of the, like, Grandia 2 combat lines and see if any of them fit haiku syllable counts. Unfortunately, Here Goes My Impact Bomb is 6 syllables, which is the one I always think of first. Followed by the, like, the funny thwack noise and the fwee. There was some other one about a winter.
Did somebody say haiku?
Yes. There was some other line about winter and lots of snow, but I think that was...
When the lights go out, in a mechanized body, I am a slowpoke.
Destroy!
God, I'm so glad I put Monster Party quotes in there. I'll say that much. Good. When the lights go out in a mechanized body, I am a slowpoke. What does this mean? Who can say? Anyway, less than you may imagine. What were Tio's lines? I don't remember any of them, really. I think she had a certain... I don't remember them at all, but they followed a pattern, I think. Grandia 2 was pretty good, though. Ah. Perfect. Thank you, Tio. Ice. Actually, I have some manner of funny images that I saved from Grandia 2 when I played through it. I think my opinion of Grandia 2, having not played it when it originally released and playing it fairly recently-ish, was like 7 out of 10, but in the positive way where that doesn't mean it's terrible like a lot of people who rate things out of 10 would have you believe. But anyway, here's a screenshot. plus 3 men. One friend plus 3 men. What does that mean? I don't know, but it made me laugh at the time.
Good evening.
Hello, welcome. Anyway, right, Raban was saying, less than you may imagine, the Imperials fled at our coming and we took the village without a fight. Your timing is impeccable. Ah, I see. We were about to discuss our strategy to seize Specula Imperatoris. Though we are fresh from the road, we should be glad to attend. Good. Take a moment to gather yourselves and join us when you're ready. Nod. But yes, hello. I'm a paladin again, by the way. Since you were... I believe you were curious about my opinion about level 70 warrior, and you missed me explaining stuff about warrior. But I'm a paladin again. I do like how the gameplay of warrior changes at level 70, but I do also feel like warrior doesn't fit my character terribly well, because this is a bit ridiculous for Sucro, I would say. And also, I don't particularly care for the animations of Shake It Off and Home Gang involving like being wrapped in vines and like chains and all that stuff. So yeah. That's my opinion about warrior, and that's why I'm paladin again. For now. Yeah, we're at the other part of the peaks. That's up there. Forget what that is. There's a dungeon over there. Aha. Rather cowardly of them, uncharacteristically so. So that's why the village was unharmed. Well, I can't go see the vista yet because I don't have flight here. I don't know why the Imperials would abandon Aligiri without a fight, but I'm glad they did. Well, you heard the Flame General. Looks like we've got a meeting to attend. I like how the Black Corral started moving along with the NPCs as if to follow them to the meeting without me. Oh, and we were talking about Grandia 2 because this guy's name is Diggin, which is the name of a spell in Grandia 2. Portentous objects is a good phrase. Ah, I see we've carried the strategy table all the way over here. Enjoy your time with Monago and her kin? Aye, that's what I want to hear. Too many soldiers forget the importance of time away from all this. It was an alright time. On behalf of the Elder Seats here, I thank you for your swift and decisive action against the Primal Menace. We are not unaware of the danger it posed to our fair nation. Oh, as far as like ominous landmarks, I don't know if you saw the very start of the stream, so I'll go back there for a second. There's a really interesting place that I wonder if they explain it all. I have to, there it is. That I found, like, before the stream started, so I started the stream there. But if we go to the Peering Stones, and we fly up, since I do have flight here, see if I can find it again. Yeah, there's just like this cave at the top of this rock formation with a cliff. There's no obvious way to get up here. And inside is just 6 graves lit by 2 torches. And I really want to know what the deal is with this place. I think it's really cool that there's just something like this around to make you wonder, what's the deal with this place? What's going on here? My guess would be that maybe there's some kind of side quest or something that goes up here. There's no vista or anything. Personally, I feel like this might be best if there's no explanation for this and there's nothing that ties into it, and this is just here. I think video games need more mysterious locations that are just there with no particular explanation for it. By the way, what's this? Actually... That's true, that is a funny pit. The yawn. Oh, is this where Omega is? I feel like this is related to Omega. Anyway, don't answer that. Technically, I would know that already if I remembered, but don't answer it. Anyway, over here. Just saying I'll learn in the patch has made me think, yeah, this is probably where Omega is, though. Anyway. On behalf of the Elder Seats here, I already read that. The Imperials underestimated us once, and they paid dearly for it. They may not be so easily deceived next time, but if we cannot fool them, we will simply have to break them. And yeah, I agree, more video games should have landscape features with no obvious significance. Like, I feel like that does have lore significance, but if the game doesn't directly address it, that's the sort of thing I want more of, I think. Oh. This Serpent officer has completed a number of clan hunts, because this is a Serpent Elite's weapon that requires Alliance seals. Those are pretty cool weapons, generally, the Serpent Elite ones. I wonder if the Storm officer's cutlass is also like that, because I don't know the Storm weapons as well, since I am part of the Twin Adder. Or, heck, maybe Pippin's weapon is part of the Flames in that... Flames weapons in that way. Everything appears to be in order. Very good, very good. Also, it's kind of funny how many NPCs use, like, gladiator swords without a shield. So it's good that they allow you to also do that. Oh, interesting. I don't know too much about Halo, so I don't know what that song is, but that reminds me of one of the features of Phantasy Star Online 2 NGS that's kind of cool. Like, they have this big open world, and there are some Easter egg locations where if you land, the music will change to music from a previous Phantasy Star title. There's even some that play, like, classic Phantasy Star stuff, which is neat. PSO2 New Genesis has a lot of problems, I would say, but that is a neat Easter egg sort of feature that exists in it still. I'll give them credit for that. That everyone? Then let us begin. One stream idea I actually have eventually is like when the PSO2 NGS story is quote-unquote complete, or like when this act of it is complete, I'm curious to see if I can go through the entire story with a new character in a single stream. Because I feel like the amount of experience they grant you to catch you up, possibly the amount of equipment and gear they give you to catch you up, and also just the brevity of the actual plot of that game, since most of it is designed for you to like run in circles killing creatures for 5,000 years. I feel like it might be possible, especially since I think the skill points are like account wide too. So there'd only be like one region where I need to find the cocoons to get skill points. I think it would be possible to go through the entire game in one stream without any issue. And I think that would be very funny as like a way to illustrate, this is kind of my problem with NGS, or at least one of my problems with NGS, is how little of the content is like not running in circles killing monsters for 5,000 years. So, you know, at least the character creation can be good if not used for evil. It can also be used for evil, various kinds of evil, some of which are very funny. Anyway, that everyone, let us begin. Alighieri is ours, and for a mercy we took it without losing a single man. But we dare not grow complacent. Specula Imperatoris will not be so easily won. I don't know about y'all, but when I hear Empire mysteriously retreats and allows me to take city, I get suspicious that they're scheming about something. I mean, we did sort of have them retreating, but also seems a bit sus to me. If I may, General, should we not pause to consider the Imperial's motivations? For Xenos to surrender a fortified settlement of strategic importance without so much as firing a shot is inexplicable. Yeah, okay. I was getting ahead of Alphino there a little bit. Oh, you're allowed to say Susamogus, don't worry. Rika, I think you could probably write a novel about your opinion on PSO2. And I mean that in a positive way.
Susamogus, lol.
Susamogus? Are you telling me that Dr. Seuss was an imposter this whole time? But yeah, I have a lot of issues with PSO2, like original PSO2 as well, but I won't go on a big PSO2 tangent right now. Unless we have to like wait in line for 30 minutes, then maybe. But we shouldn't since I'm a tank. We searched the village and found no traps or signs of other signs of sabotage. Suspicious though it may be, sus though it may be, I will not refuse this gift from our enemy. The path to Alamigo is through the east, through Specula Imperatoris and Castrum Abania. It bears repeating, however, that the latter is home to a massive cannon with unparalleled range and destructive power. Which means that we will need to strike Specula Imperatoris quickly, both to limit their ability to locate our forces in the field, and to utilize the installation as a shield against attack, as they would doubtless not risk damaging the towers. I see. Then we have no choice but to accept what we've been given. Aye, that's the way of it. I've no doubt that Xenos has got something planned, but we'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. Actually, given that it's Xenos, his plan could be like, I want the Warrior of Light to come to my house so I can fight. Just retreat to my house, everyone. I need to fight the Warrior of Light, and that's all I give a shit about. Because I'm Xenos McXenos. Xenos McXenos. Yes, that's his name. That's his name now. That's how Imperial names work. Yeah. To the assault, then. The main host will commence a direct assault on Specula Imperatoris. During this time, I would hold the Scions in reserve at Alighieri to deal with any Imperial forces that may be dispatched in response. Understood. Wait a minute, we should be fighting with you in the Resistance. I understand you don't want to rely too much on Sucro after what she's been through, but at least let the rest of us do our part. No. I was expecting someone to just say no. Don't do anything too reckless, alright? Sucro expressed concern. I won't. I promise I'll do what Conrad says. Mayhap it would be best if I accompanied you. Alize can stay with Sucro. Oh, go if you must. The two of us can take care of ourselves. Nod. Nod. You have your orders. Dismissed. I guess no one objected. Xenos McSword Golf Bag. That's correct. I was going to say like Xenos McXenosington for some reason, but I like Xenos McSword Golf Bag better. Meanwhile, deep within Xenos' house, I mean the Imperial Research Facility, which is in his basement or something probably? I don't know. Meanwhile, in the place where some messed up stuff is occurring. Is that a guy with a lab coat and an Imperial soldier helmet on at the same time? Yes. One of Xenos' he's a landlord too? God damn it. Anyway, Kryle's not having a good time. Okay, wearing these coats and also the Imperial soldier helmets at the same time is silly. There's Fordola.
My head.
Fordola might also not be having a good time. I don't know. Fordola's having a strange time.
Let us see.
Xenos is here.
So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
Though we Garleans are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics.
Alus Mal Asina. I forget how important this guy is, but I do know that he's some sort of creepy science man. That much is clear to me.
This deficiency, for want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard.
Also, he's extremely racist, but then again, I guess most of the Garleans that we are fighting against seem to be extremely racist against everyone else. So, you know, that's, Somebody please help me budget this, my empire's dying. But, yeah. Sure are a lot of bad guys who are also racist in this video game. I made sure to specify Garleans who we're fighting against, because I'm sure there are plenty who aren't. And I don't want to be, like, making broad generalizations about Garleans either. Anyway.
Fortunately, said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage. It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire. Yet, ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics. Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial Court. Only Lord Xenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
Gee, I wonder why most people did not like this idea that you have Alus. Seems really sketchy, maybe that's why.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alamegan through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I am informed that Alagiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack on Specular Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the watchtower?
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
No. Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
Oh yeah, speaking of... Oh, hey, Thancred. This is Thancred. Speaking of how, Hollis is sort of like a reject Hojo, the construction, the layout of the creepy science canisters, is not dissimilar to the place where you see Sephiroth get kind of mad and lose it a bit about Genova, you know, rows of science canisters also present in Final Fantasy VII in some locations. I wonder if they're deliberately trying to evoke that.
This is Calico.
That's true. Hello, Calico. Anyway, Thancred. It's interesting also. I guess this is also like in a... Well, okay, let me complete one thought before I skip to the next one. I was going to say that was interesting because a lot of Stormblood is trying to evoke like Final Fantasy VI with some enemy designs and whatnot that exist. So I guess, going on to the thought I was going to say next, this is also kind of trying to evoke like the Magitech research facility, right? Because like it's not... It doesn't look that much like the Magitech research facility, but it's a Magitech research facility. They are, more or less, they are researching magic. So, you know, that's probably more of what they're going for, if I had to guess. So full of fire and eager, weren't they? Well, I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and they have each other. At least he spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lise go alone. I feel like this game should reference Crystal Chronicles. That would be cool. Hey, wait a minute. What the heck is this fate icon? Is this new? Is this supposed to be like an escort quest fate? Given that it's moving. Is this recent? I don't remember ever seeing this icon in my life. It basically never happens. Fair enough. Crystal Chronicles was mentioned, so I wanna pull something up here on the internet. This doubles as a bonus fun fact because Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles The Crystal Bearers remixed my favorite song in Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, the first one. Let's have a music listen. Why not? Fiolus Sluice time. Actually, this is a good time to BRB. Yeah, I really like this remix of this song. Feel Loose Loose or Veo Loose Loose or something like that is both my favorite song and my favorite stage from Crystal Chronicles, I would say. At least from what I remember. Hello, welcome back to me, I guess. And hello, I'm here again. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Square Enix properties that I would get very excited about if they were referenced in Final Fantasy XIV in increasing order of excitement / how much of my mind that I lose. 1. Crystal Chronicles. 2. Saga 2 or Saga 3, also known as Final Fantasy Legend 2 and Final Fantasy Legend 3. 3. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. Put Kulex in the game, you cowards! Anyway. Also, that is also in decreasing order of likelihood that that will happen. Put Kulex or Kulex or however you wish to say that name into the video game. That would be very funny and cool. And I would be very happy. Hell's open. Shoot. We need to like... I think we need to close Hell. I don't think Hell should be open. Probably, that seems bad. I've been saying for years that I want them to put Kulex in the game. Or maybe it's Kulex? I don't know.
Kulex.
The internet says Kulex. It would be extremely good. Like, there's multiple reasons it'd be extremely good. It would be... Bringing Kulex back at all would be like a follow-up joke to Kulex and how Kulex is portrayed in the Japanese script of Super Mario RPG, where I think he's like very confused by the existence of the third dimension and swears that he will return once he masters it or something like that. The script is very different between the localized English version and the original Japanese for Kulex. So just the idea of Kulex like appearing and be like, I've discovered the third dimension, would be like the funniest possible thing in the world to me, specifically. For that specific... It'd be the funniest possible thing for Kulex to say, is what I'm saying. Anyway. We have a fair bit of ground to cover, so we should split up. If you come across any Imperial soldiers, you know what to do. Oh, and so you know, I sent word to Arenvald's squadron. They're already searching other nearby areas, so we have allies in the event we encounter anything beyond our means. I know exactly what to do when I find Imperial soldiers. Try to persuade them to not fight me. Where is the pesky jump man? Spice Estinian. Ah, there you are. Wind up Gino would be perfect. What is Dragoon if not the jump class job? What is Mario if not a Dragoon? Ha. I guess that's one way you could put it. More like it follows a higher authority, if it were an obedient one. Right, I have to remember how to play as Paladin. Maiming Gear Mario and Striking Gear Luigi, but consider Tanking Gear Mario and Maiming Gear Luigi. Here's my argument. Maiming Luigi sounds similar, kind of, to Mama Luigi. That is my entire argument. And also, like, I guess you could have a hammer for the warrior weapon again. They've got 2 hammers, they can have a 3rd one. Or you could have the hammer as a paladin weapon as well. That's maiming Luigi to you, Mario! Or whatever that weird wheeze noise he makes is. You know the one, I can't imitate it, so you got a weird different noise. I'm good at making strange noises. This is a skill that is very useful. But in attempting to approximate Luigi's odd wheeze, we at least got something not at all close to it. Samurai could use a hammer too, I'm sure, yeah. Alright, I've remembered how to play Paladin at level 71. Wait. Wait, what? Hey. Requiescat gives me instant clemency? Weird. I'm sure that's like never useful, but it's interesting. I didn't realize Requiescat applied to all of my spells. But yeah, hey, this sword is the correct shape for the spellcasting paladin animation, so it won't kill me instantly every time I look at it. Not that you see it very often because of how often it's instant. Actually, now that I'm thinking about Cartoon Luigi, I will say that one of the most recently added mounts on the cash shop is a magic balloon. So there is that. Teehee. Anyway. Give me a moment, Sucro. Say that again if you would. No, maintain your distance for now. Understood. Keep me apprised of any developments. That was Arnvald. The pair that was spying on us in the fringes has followed us here. What about you, Sucro? Any trouble? I may have killed some people. It's fine. And there I was thinking we might be due for some peace and quiet. Glad to hear you dealt with them. I hope the assault on Specula Imperatoris is going well. Immediate cut to cutscene. That can only mean that it's going well. Hey Ralban, I know you're super good at fighting and everything, but is it a great idea to have our general on the front lines at all times? For morale, I suppose, yes, but like strategically speaking, perhaps not as much.
Whoa! You've improved, lad.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
Yeah. When you say Ralban operates on Fire Emblem rules, that just makes me think, so if he dies, we all lose instantly? But yeah, he does seem to do that. Whether or not it's the right call. If this were a Fire Emblem, how many characters would be game over conditions if they died? There are too many important people in this game.
Our work here is all but done. What of Conrad and his men?
The correct answer is, if this were a Fire Emblem, they would not have permadeath in it because there are too many important characters. It'd be like forced casual mode.
They are for the main tower. The skulls have offered fierce resistance thus far, but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Then we will tend to the stragglers down below. With me!
Still considering playing Fire Emblem Engage at some point. Really unsure. I feel like there's been too much time since it's released by this point that I'll never get to it. Hey, what's the camera doing? Where are we going, camera? Meanwhile, in the cool control room...
Report.
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements. A unit of legionaries has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may, our people, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead the bloody charge. But I have my orders. Lord Xenos said no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
What? Kill our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
Imperial Centurion, how long have you been here? Do you not know what Xenos does?
Mayhap you'd like to ask Lord Xenos yourself. I thought not. Initiate the firing sequence. Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty. Now, give the order.
Initiate firing sequence.
Aye, aye. Initiating firing sequence. Release safety locks. Deploy main cannon.
Ransford, Rudolph, Emlyn. For us. For our people. For our future.
I need you to confirm the target, Commander.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
Yeah, agreed. This is bad, but also it's well written and voice acted. By the way, guess what? That's a familiar sound effect. Possibly.
What in the seven hells?
Long-range artillery.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still fighting. Full retreat! Now! Relay the orders!
Understood.
Yeah.
All forces retreat! I repeat, all forces retreat!
Yep. I think Xenos ordering it might be the more fucked up part. By the 12, did you see that? The main tower just collapsed. You heard it too, didn't you? It must have been the cannon at Castrum Abania. But that was an Imperial installation and their troops were still... Damn it, no one's responding. I don't know if the shell is being jammed or... We have to go right now. They need our help. Nod. Heavens Weep. Hell's Open, Heavens Weep. Hey, that sounds like a patch title, but we're still in the main... That sounds like it would have been a patch title, like, you know... whatever that recent Endwalker patch was called. Hold on. What was that called? God's Revel, Lands Tremble. Same sort of structure. P.S. I know nothing about Endwalker, don't say anything. That's not entirely true, but don't say anything. This way, there's no time to lose. I don't think I need to remind people not to spoilers too much, but I just really don't want to be spoiled on more of Endwalker than I already have been, which is only a little bit. We'll get there. It is not yet party time, that's correct. It's worse than it looks. He probably wasn't even... Pull yourself together. That's the gate. That's our way inside. We need to find my brother right now. For a second, I was hoping it would make me, like, kill the gate to get through. So, seems like stuff isn't going too well over here. Everyone who was, like, very important to the story seemed to have survived, possibly. One of the funniest things about Astrologian's combat balance, I guess, to me at the moment, is that there are tier lists for who is best at soloing Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead. And the lowest tier in those lists is Astrologian tier. Like, it's just named Astrologian tier and it only has Astrologian in it. Damn it, I don't see them. My brother Orlees. Maybe the general knows something. Okay, I said it's everyone important to the story apparently survived, but we don't see those two yet, I guess. It shall be done. I'm glad you're here, Sucro. In case it isn't obvious, the Imperials fired on us, on Specula Imperatoris. I didn't think they had it in them, to kill their own men just to kill us. Gods damn them all. Where is my brother? Tell me where he is. I want to see him. He was in the tower when it struck, but that need not mean anything. Our forces are still evacuating and may remain unaccounted for. Alize, listen. There are soldiers wounded and dying all around us, soldiers with families just like you and me. They need our help, do you understand? He's right. I'll take the north, you take the east. So here's my opinion about Astrologian while we're here, while it's been mentioned. First of all, I haven't arranged the HUD properly. Also, there's some attacks on my bar that don't exist anymore, apparently, like Crown Plate. Astrologian is a healing job that is similar to White Mage in its general role, in that it's not a shield healer, but also its main gimmick is playing cards. The problem with this is that you get a new card every 30 seconds, and you have to individually target a party member after processing which party member needs the card that you drew. And you have to do this every 30 seconds. And on a controller, this sucks. Astrologian is the worst job in the game to play as a controller player, in my opinion. I believe other people have also stated this sort of opinion. So I feel like I'm not really allowed to play as Astrologian. I think the job's idea and like the cards and stuff are kind of neat. In the current PvP iteration of Astrologian, cards are way more interesting. Like, the card buffs in PvE got really, like, narrowed down to 2 very similar effects. It's just like 3 of the cards are good on some of the people, and 3 of the cards are good on some of the other people. In PvP, they all have like more interesting effects that generally sort of help everybody, and they're also an AoE centered on who you target. And I think Astrologian is somewhere in the line for the rework process, and I hope that I mentioned it before, but I hope that some of the PvP mechanics are sort of like a testing ideas phase for how they will rework classes or jobs, or like maybe for what future jobs will be. And I'm kind of hoping that Astrologian cards will become AoE, just so that controller Astrologian is not as difficult. Like, when I say it's the worst job to play on controller, I don't mean that it's like unfun, bad, terrible, horrible. I mean that it's difficult, stressful, like it's just not designed for controller, I guess I would say, maybe. I don't know. The other main PvP mechanic that I keep mentioning that I want to see like a whole job sort of dedicated to in a way is like the cast times on PvP Machinist and Bard, where they move slower during the bar but are still allowed to move. So it's like sort of like it's in between moving interrupts your cast bar and you don't have a cast bar and can move freely. And I feel like that is a fascinating foundation for an entire physical ranged DPS. That's just my opinions though. Again, I'm not saying Astrologian is bad. I'm just saying that it feels bad to me specifically to play Astrologian on a controller because of how frequently you have to single target a party member to give them a buff after processing what buff it is and who to give it to. That's a lot of like work for both my brain and my fingers, and I don't particularly like that, especially since my hands are easily hurt. Anyway, it shall be done. Tell the adders we need their conjurers ready to receive our wounded, and get me every carriage you can find. They could fire on us again at any moment. That cannon seemed like it took a little while to fire, to be fair. Every time I give an opinion like that, I want to make it really clear that I'm not like trying to say anyone else's opinions are invalid or that things are objectively bad. Because opinions are subjective. That's the thing about opinions that you need to understand, that I think most people probably understand. Or at least, like, I think everyone here probably understands that. Thank you. I think I can manage on my own. I'm always worried about people thinking that what I'm saying, I'm saying it as if it were the absolute truth. It's not so much that Astrologian needs to understand the specifics of what the other jobs need at this point in time. It's like it used to with how the cards used to be. But let me see if I can find the text that explains this somewhere. If I draw a card, does the Ewer explain it? Yeah, increases damage dealt by a party member or self by 6% if the target is ranged DPS or healer, or 3% for all other roles. That's all I mean is you need to process who is what role and who to give the card to based on which card it is. The cards used to have more specific effects that required you to know more about the roles, but now they're divided into this and the opposite. So like the Ewer, I think the way you tell is that in this HUD element, the border of the card is purple. Like the bowl is also purple. I drew the bowl again. I think there's also a red circle or blue cross. I'm not entirely seeing what you mean, but there's some way to tell which role it goes to. Even though it's fairly simple at this point compared to what it used to be, it's still an extra step to process all of that, I would say. Oh, okay, yeah. See, the border here is blue. That's what I was thinking of. To the side of the card, there's two. Oh. I was just looking at the color of the border. I didn't realize the symbols on either side of the card also changed. I'm trying to indicate this with my mouse cursor, but the mouse cursor is invisible, so it's not working. If we draw again, the arrow again. Fair enough. Anyway. Do I have an image of this somewhere? I do. Let me also make fun of something else related to astrologian. I mentioned this before, and I know that constellations in reality also do this, but this is the constellation of the Arrow. And I just think it's very funny / silly how much of this guy doing a backflip or whatever is indicated by 2 stars in the constellation. This is a very like step 3 draw the rest of the owl kind of scenario. I've mentioned this before, but I think it's funny to mention it again. Yeah, last time I mentioned it, people brought up that actual constellations also do this, so I guess there's some precedent, but still kind of funny. For a moment there, I thought I was bound for Thal's Great Hall. Ye gods, what were the Imperials thinking? It's more like Xenos was not caring about people. Also, regarding one of the beyond novice aspects of tanking, understanding what the DPS need. I suppose that's true, but also, like, as a general rule of thumb, you do want to just if you face the bosses away from the party or whatever, it usually works out. So I don't think you need to know like a ton about what everyone else needs. I'm not sure. I wouldn't say I'm an expert at this game. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment to let the world stop spinning, would you? There, Alighieri's not far. I'll make it. I'll make it. This says wounded, but I think maybe dead is more accurate. Nope, never mind. Just wounded still. Just very wounded. Everything hurts. I think I was struck by debris from the tower. Wait, I know you. Sucro Funk, ward of House Fortam. Expert Savage Raider Sucro? Maybe someday. I've done some Savage Raids unsynced at this point. That doesn't count. We fought together on the Steps of Faith. You saved my life back then. And now... yeah, unsynced. I forgot to mention that to you, Rika, but I did do that. I can walk, thank you. 1,000 times, thank you. Conrad, can you hear me? Nago, put him down over there. Well, Lise is alive. Yeah, I know that doesn't count. It was neat to see it, though. I tried to solo some of it. It was difficult. I have volunteered to help. I can't apply glamour plates here. But I do have swords from that now, I guess. Sucro, full glad am I to see you. Wait, where's my sister? Oh, mighty Roger, oh noble Azema, I beg of you, do not take him from us. Oh god, I forgot about Conrad. Maybe someday I'll try Savage Stuff synced. I don't know. I feel like you need like a preset group for that to go well at all.
Conrad! Conrad, speak to me!
Which is unfortunate.
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake. We carried the survivors to safety, but Conrad's... We have done what we can for him. All that remains is to pray.
Conrad?
Is that you, Lise? I can't see a damn thing. Well, that's that then. Time's up.
I think you don't give yourself enough credit, Rika.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
I believe in you. You have the power, as a certain Heaven's Word individual might say. But except he wouldn't, because he only says it about himself. But you know you get the idea. I believe in you.
It's all right, Lise. I've lived long enough. But listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
So I forgot Conrad doesn't make it. That's kind of sad. Jeez. I mean...
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Alamigo together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way.
I can see people thinking that this scene is kind of sudden, but I feel like it works with the themes and the narrative of Stormblood for just like Conrad suddenly gets killed. Because war be like that, as nobody says in those exact words, but that's just how war is. And that's also true. That's also a true observation.
You've got it in you, Lise. Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you. Because you're you.
That is true. Him looking for a successor does in some ways foreshadow it. Not unlike how Gosetsu was like, I sure do think about what happens when I'm going to die soon. But still. I can cast Clemency like
lead them to victory.
5 times. Is that gonna help?
To freedom.
Probably not.
I will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
Yeah. Hey, this scene is also really well done. I'll say it's very interesting replaying Final Fantasy XIV in general, because since the last time I played through it, I'm a very different person. And one of the differences is that I am a lot more emotional than I used to be. So I get hit a lot harder by a lot of different tragic scenes and whatnot, and that's just interesting, I think. It's good to have emotions, I would say. Anyway, meanwhile...
Double charge!
Meanwhile... Oh, hey. It's Jumpman.
Come, Nidhogg. We are needed.
Estinian still hasn't cleaned the spear. And also the spear's got evil in it still, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot Estinian just fucking...
That's the cerulean pipeline!
Zandatsu's the cerulean pipeline, apparently. Well, he just said that the spear... He just addressed the spear as Nidhogg, in a way.
Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
It also had the same glowy aura as, like, the Horde weapons, which are Nidhogg, so... Estinian! That's correct. Good thing that they can't aim. Yeah.
My lance has slain far greater beasts.
Far greater beast than a cerulean pipeline? How do we quantify this?
Boy.
I don't think he's named his lance Nidhogg. I think he's just addressing the powers of Nidhogg. Eh? Why didn't it work? Oh no, why did this disconnect? Hold on. Connect. Okay, and now I will do this manually. This is important. Estinian didn't have meter? Yeah, that's fair. Actually, I'll just redeem this myself.
To the stars. Deep within your heart. A test of your reflexes. More than meets the eye.
Destroy!
A test of your reflexes, indeed. Yelling a test of your reflexes at a largely inanimate structure. I'm not actually sure if a test of your reflexes is a meme that will...
I want that intruder found, and get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon!
I don't remember if a test of your reflexes is something we're going to hear soon, or if that's a meme beyond where I've played the game. But I know that it's from this. We might hear it soon. Don't tell me.
The savages are coming!
But yeah, Twitch just, like, some portion of BikuBot just slightly disconnected from Twitch. Don't worry about it. I think Twitch is doing something to how, like, channel points and whatnot, not channel points. They're doing something to how chat commands work. Actually, that's a good question. Did they do that already? Does this work? Yes, okay. So it's not this kind of chat commands, it's different kinds of chat commands. I need to make a chat command that displays my chat rules, probably. Anyway. And yeah, Estinian just showing up to do that is kind of cool. Very sudden, but also cool. No, 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 you can't! Not now. I promise. We could have killed them. We could have walked away. But instead we tried to convince them to lay down their arms. We tried to seek a peaceful resolution. We showed them mercy and this was their response. Fire and blood, this was their answer. Alpha, no, I think you're blaming this entire thing on... You're kind of saying... Well, never mind. I mean, like... It sounded like they were willing to... The people you were talking to were maybe willing to surrender, but Xenos is not the same people as them. Xenos is some other guy. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not. God's as my witness, there will be a reckoning. I mean, I guess in terms of like a war point of view, the entire Empire's response to you trying to seek a peaceful solution was to shoot a cannon at themselves and you. But like, I don't know. You need to think a little bit more about this. I'm sure he will. Slowly but surely, Alphino's regaining his composure. See? Exactly. Forgive me. Now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we are in danger. We three will see to Commander Kemp's body, find my sister, and return to Alighieri. Understood. There, that should suffice for now. Go on and join the others. Alice is going to receive so many commendations for healing and resurrecting people as a red mage. Tell me you found Alphino. Tell me he's alright. Sort of. Think the 12. I don't know what I would have done, though saying that. What will the Resistance do without Commander Kemp? Sorry, not here, not now. We should return to Alighieri. Keep an eye out for any wounded who need our help along the way. Or on the way. What do you think about this, Black Corel? Funny Cat? Do you have an opinion about this tragedy? You're leaving? Okay. Seems about right. Hey, there's Vista. Wait, isn't this like a... I guess once we have flight, we can fly here, probably. Aha. The Road Sparrow is here. For those who may have missed it, last time I switched some of my... Alize saying GG. I feel like she would do that. I switched some of my minion roulette around. I removed the Demon Brick and Forgive and Hate because I realized that their legs were weird and I didn't like their weird legs. So now I just put in some random birds as filler. Hence the Road Sparrow. Shoutouts to the Road Sparrow, I guess. I also put the fat cat in here at some point, so that's in there. Actually, there are some other good birds that I have access to. I will summon the Road Sparrow again, but maybe I should put... Oh, where are they? I have 185 total minions. This is a pretty good bird, I think. This bird is related to stuff we haven't seen yet, though, I think. I could put this bird in the list. I feel like there are probably enough bird minions that you could make the entire 30 favorites into birds only. That could be a fun theme. Once I have enough minions to like make themed minion roulettes. Wounded Imperial. I've got to help them too. That's important. It wasn't long ago I was trying to kill you and yours. I half expected you were about to slit my throat. To hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilsabard instead of taking fire for my so-called comrades. What should we do? We've got plenty of our own wounded to deal with. Say the word and I'll finish him quick. No, no. Everyone is important. Is the Road Sparrow one of the birds that's able to land on you or not? I don't think so. I think the bluebird can land on your shoulder, but moves as soon as you do, not unlike the butterfly. I feel like the more that I stream this game, the more I get distracted and start talking about random stuff. But that's also because people in the chat are talking to me, and that's important. It's nice to talk to the chat. Hello to the chat. It's also possible that the Road Sparrow doesn't land with the beckon emote. Thanks, friend. Bloody tourniquet came loose and I was having trouble getting it back on. I should be fine the rest of the way. Hello. I'm glad you liked the stream. Interesting to see Kangamatos around also, because those are also the mount that you get from a certain set of tribal quests. So we can compare a domesticated one to a wild one, I suppose. Cool bug. I'm glad that people enjoy the stream. That is important to me. I want the stream to be an enjoyable, comfortable, cozy sort of experience. Place to be. Thank you. Thank you for enjoying the stream and saying other nice things. Oh, bless you, kind... Wait, is that you, Sucro? I didn't recognize you at first. Been feeling a bit dizzy. Must have lost a lot of blood. I can keep going. I can keep going. I feel like maybe in a way it's kind of fun that I get distracted and start talking about other stuff or like small details that I noticed or wanted to comment on. Even in the middle of like tragic story scenes or whatever. It's probably like interesting or like different in some way. If I'm trying to be charitable to myself and like, I don't know, it's probably got merit to it. I'm still experiencing the emotions as well. Not like I'm disregarding the game in order to be like, hey, look at this funny bird or whatever. I'm just doing both. I think it'll be really interesting once we get to the stuff that I haven't seen, which will be a while, but also I don't remember a lot of the stuff I have seen terribly well, so I think it's still interesting. I'm kind of rambling. I don't know. I knew we'd lose people doing this, but him? I was sure the old bear would outlast us all. I did what I could for those I found along the way, but some were beyond help. It's up to all of us to carry on in his stead. It's up to me. I'm glad that it's interesting and cozy and stuff. That's what I'm going for. That, and I have funny buttons that entertain people to push the funny buttons. Though some of the funny buttons are more recent additions.
Meow.
Like that one.
To the stars.
And that one.
When the lights go out. Sorry, it's by email. $34.
Destroy!
These should queue up. Barry should appear any moment now.
What is this?
There he is. Fun fact, Calico has to disappear for Barry to show up because Calico and Barry's reaction use the same sound channel, so it would look like Callie was delivering Barry's voice line. I just imagine that she's teleporting off screen in order to push Barry into the camera. Or like across the camera. Or whatever. Oh yeah, it summons Barry like an old Final Fantasy where the party disappears to make room for the summon animation. That's correct. That's the new correct one. An excellent shape. Funny cat orb. Yeah. Callie is very based on... Callie is very much based on Mags from Phantasy Star Online. I probably have some pictures laying around. Very much inspired by, if you happen to know them, the Sato and Pushan. I do have Pushan pictures. I don't have a Sato image on hand. But yeah, this is a Pushan. This is a squirrel that has seen something terrifying and is also a robot. See you later, Rika. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see if I can find a picture of a Sato that's not a WebP file. Impossible challenge. I'll have to save it separately. Sato is one of the best mags for sure. But like Callie is very much inspired by a PSO mag, like in general. But like I would say Sato and Pushan are two of the key inspirations. So this was Pushan. We haven't seen either of these in PSO episode 3 yet, for the record. This is Sato. Perhaps you can see some resemblance. Some of the like the gear shape looking protrusions on Callie's like calico spots are inspired by some of the Sato shapes. The way the eyes and the mouth are shaped are a little bit inspired by Sato, and so on. Sato is absolutely a friend. I think it's Sato and not Sato. It could be either. Definitely a friend. And for the record, I would also like to hold Callie like hamburger or whatever you said. I don't know exactly what you're referencing. I don't think I would hold her like a hamburger, maybe more like a basketball or something. Or like a pillow. If I ever become ultra popular, there needs to be a Calico plush in production, is all I'm saying. Interesting. I just also like to mention that, like, I learned about the whole idea of having like a quote-unquote second PNG tuber or mascot or something that played text-to-speech files. And I read that, and then I thought, I should try designing a funny mascot. And then I sat down, and Callie was literally the first thing that I drew. Like, I immediately got exactly what I wanted. It's always nice when that happens. I immediately created the best possible, like, answer to my, what I was looking for, which was a funny mascot. Funny cat orb. First try, as they say, but like sincerely. Yeah, exactly. But don't slam dunk Callie, even though I was just mentioning basketballs a second ago. Sucro, we've given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. Later, I have no idea when, rites must needs be performed. Ah, thank you. At some point, I might try and redesign my PNG tuber again as well. I have some vague ideas. Honestly, sometimes I look at this PNG tuber and I'm like, maybe I could be a little bit more regular, a little bit less abstract. I don't know. Just thinking about it. Like, do I fully relate to all of the aspects of this anymore? Not so much the wolf aspect, not so much the ghost aspect. Maybe just robot cat. Maybe that's fine. Much to consider. It's also funny because anytime I think about redesigning myself, that means I have to recommit to, like, unless I just remove functionality, I have to take into account that I need to include a dab and a primal transformation in any possible redesign from now on, which is honestly pretty funny. Like, shoot, I forced myself to dab for the rest of time, but you know. It's funny. Yeah, like that. For now, however, we must carry on. We must press forward. We must not give in to despair. we must continue to dab, evidently. Self-image tech debt, yeah. I did have an idea a little while ago. Here's me getting distracted more. But I don't know how I feel about this one anymore, really. But I did have this idea a while ago, which is pretty neat in some ways. People liked this, I think. Then I had like another image of this somewhere. I do like the eyes a lot, but I'm not sure how fire aligned I feel these days. That was like a brief revelation. And here's like a full image of like the full body idea, I guess, which I sketched later afterwards. You can see I have a variety of funny little patches on the coat and whatnot. There's a funny octopus one because of Splatoon. And then like also the one under that is actually the dab text from the dab frame. You know. Oh. You know, that. It's the dab text again. But I think I might go for something more simple. I don't know. I'll mess around with it. I feel like I think the color scheme of what I've got now is pretty good. And it's like sort of similar to like do I just have pictures of cats lying around? Or did I just source all of those from Google? At some point I sat down and thought, so I like cat. So I want to be cat. Cat girl, yes. Cat girl, good. But that led to the question, what kind of cat exactly? And I pondered this and discussed this with others. And I feel like the colors that I have do line up with the cat type that I thought of. Why is this an HTML document? Stop this. The internet is a criminal institution, question mark. That's not the words I'm looking for. But I kind of feel like, this is a weird tangent to get onto, maybe. But like, one of the first cat types I think of when I'm prompted to think of a type of cat is the Russian blue. And their color scheme does often line up with the color scheme I've already got. So I feel like basing something around this, plus robot, plus cat girl, I feel like that could be good, maybe. The only thing is that Russian blues are short-haired cats. And I am certainly not a short-haired individual most of the time. Now that I've been continuously distracted, I suppose we should continue to mourn the dead? Question mark. All Alliance and Resistance units have now withdrawn from Specula Imperatoris. It's time we spoke with General Alden. I guess the short version is that I feel like I need to channel more of my own actual personal essence into my design. Whatever that means. I need my design to embody what I truly want and what I truly feel connected to. And yeah, that sort of thing. Like I said, I don't know how I feel about the weird glitchy ghost part anymore, I guess. But I do agree with the cat part and the robot part. Anyway. Let's actually continue the video game. Perhaps. These deaths weigh heavy on my soul, Commander Kemp's most of all. He was a wise leader, he was a patriot, but above all else he was a good man who will be sorely missed. One of many lost this day. I ask for a moment's silence to pray for the souls of the departed. We have suffered a grievous defeat, but we cannot and will not renounce this cause. The die has been cast. Rauban, are you trying to... Or Stormblood writers, is that supposed to be like recurring set of words, or is this just coincidence? Because Yahtzee, you said that. Hold tight to this grief, this anger, and let it drive you forward. Let it be your strength and your shield when next you face the enemy. Nod. You will carry us far, General, of that I have no doubt. Ere we take another step towards Alamigo, however, we must first address the question of how to deal with Castrum Abanian's cannon. If the Imperials are willing to employ the weapon without thought for their own soldiers' safety, we may struggle to approach them. I guess we don't know that Estinian just, like, Zandatsu'd the cannon a second ago. A frontal assault is out of the question. We'd lose countless men before we even reached the walls. Would we? Recall that the Imperials could have obliterated our forces had they kept firing, but neglected to do so. They had no strategic reason to cease fire, which begs the question, why did they? You suspect they were unable to fire the cannon again, mayhap due to a malfunction? Or one of their officers found his conscience after the first barrage, or a heretofore unknown resistance faction chose that moment to disable it. There are many possibilities, but the fact remains that they stopped when logic dictated they continue. Does Estinian count as a heretofore unknown resistance faction by himself? And I'll just have to go and see for myself if the cannon is still operational. Are you mad? Conrad put you in charge of the resistance. We can't risk losing another commander so soon. I know how you feel, Nago, I do, but I need you to understand. It wasn't long after Papalimo and I arrived at Balger's Reach that Conrad first asked me to join the resistance, and then he kept on asking. Every time I said no, I told myself it was because of the Scions. But even then I knew deep down that it was an excuse, that I was still afraid of following my heart, because I couldn't be sure if it was for me or for Ida. But then I met someone on the other side of the world who'd struggled with the same worries. And as we traveled and fought together, I saw him grow and become the leader his people needed him to be. Now it's my turn to do the same. There's not a lot of us left, and many are still wounded. We have to make do with what we've got, and I'm the best qualified. It's as simple as that. But don't worry, Nago, I'll come back, I promise. Nod. Nod. While I acknowledge Commander Hecht's right to carry out this mission, I see no reason why she should do so alone. Sukro, would you go with her? Would have done it even if you hadn't asked, sir. Leave it to me. Nod. And it's settled. We will await your return. I feel like if any of the allied characters in this game could be considered, like, quote-unquote, an entire faction in terms of, like, power level, and I guess also reluctance to be part of other factions, Estinian would be high on that list. Because Estinian does a lot of ridiculously cool, powerful stuff, and also tends to, like, want to brood off in a corner instead of, like, I don't know, hang out. At least for now. At least for what I've seen of him. So, Estinian seems like an independent faction in that sense. I understand Monago's concern. If they were to lose another leader so soon after losing Conrad, the resistance might never recover. When did Lys become leader of the resistance? That is, I suppose we have Hien to thank for this too. Conrad confided in me that he was considering naming her as his successor, so it didn't come as a complete shock. I mean, I was still surprised, but I've never once doubted his judgment. None of us have. If he thought Lys was the best choice, then she is. Mark my words, when this is over, I will take the heads of every officer in Castrum Abania. I'll swing the bloody axe myself if I have to. But you're clearly a sword user. Storm officer? Really? Estinian is in the Stormblood job questline? That's pretty funny. Clearly he just jumps from one place to another. Estinian's got that City of Heroes super jump. One can but wonder how the rank and file of the 12th Legion will view their leadership upon hearing about the fate of Specula Imperatoris. Yeah, exactly. That's making me imagine, like, Dragoon-powered public transport. Like, they somehow carry a vehicle full of other people by jumping, or something like that. That would be weird. More than a keeper, she needs a friend now. Stay close to her. Grim though it is, the Conjurers have had no choice but to impose a rigid triage system when treating the wounded. Under the circumstances, we have to be realistic. I don't know entirely what that means. Whoops. Sorry to drag you into this, Sucro. It may not be the decision Conrad would have made, but I'm not Conrad. I never will be. I don't know what kind of leader he was hoping for, but right now all I can do is be myself. The sort of leader who punches people in the face until they stop being evil. Because that's what Lise does. If you don't mind, I'd rather not wait around and have people try to talk me out of it. Let's get moving. I know a good vantage point overlooking the castrum. Yunkrep's Hope. The ship's stranded on the rocks to the east of here. It shouldn't take us long to get there. Oh, but there might be some ancient golems guarding it, or that might just be an old wives' tale. Either way, it's worth the risk. Ah. Lise, Commander, I pray you proceed with all due caution. Do not hesitate to call upon us if needed. Ah, gotcha. To reach the ship, we'll have to scale the cliff face. I'll get some climbing gear and meet you there, alright? I'm guessing this is the mysterious boat that we saw earlier. And I was like, hey, what's the boat? Oh. I still can't believe it. Conrad and so many others dead. It's not right what those bastards did. It's not right. Conrad always treated us with kindness and respect. His death will not go unavenged. You wouldn't believe the two fools we caught skulking about in Imperial uniforms. Felt good handing them over to the Alliance. It all feels pointless now. I'm glad Arenvald and company are doing alright and are around to, like, weigh in on events. It's kind of fun how Arenvald's group is sort of like their own mini adventuring party or something. Oh no, Guardian Beast. How do we all feel about the invisible paladin shield? Cool, weird, odd, okay, fine. Just wondering. Sorry to keep you waiting. I see you've met the golems. Looks like the old stories were true, eh? In a way, I'm glad. Right then, time to climb. Not going to elaborate on why you're glad that there's golems? Yeah, I agree. I was just wondering, since what's it called? Holy Spirit? Is that the magic? It looks a little bit like that animation expects a shield, but also not really. I don't know. Ooh, that took me a bit that took a bit more out of me than I expected. It doesn't really look like that at all, I guess, now that I think about it. Anyway, let's look at this boat. Here it is, Yunkrep's Hope. The ark that one man made to save countless others from the flood during the 6th Umbral Era. What, we got Noah's Ark in this game? Okay. It's comforting to think that there have always been people who cared this much about their fellow man, who accomplished such great feats that people couldn't help thinking they must be made up. But the proof's right here, isn't it? Noah in all caps is something, isn't it? Isn't there some game with Noah in all caps as something? I can't remember what that is. I don't just mean the ship, you know, I mean you. Long before anyone started calling you a hero, you were there for those in need. You did things for people when you didn't have to, sometimes even when they didn't want you to. Can't have been easy staying true to yourself. Oh, organization that was studying... Oh, gotcha. Forgot about that. Forgot they were called that. Makes sense. Okay. I think all caps Noah also made me think of Norg from Final Fantasy VIII, which was in all caps. Also made no sense. Put Norg in this game. No, don't do that. Please don't do that. It'd be funny, but don't do that. It'd be too silly. No Norg in 14. Thank you. It can't have been easy staying true to yourself, but we're all better for it. Me included. Me included. Smile. Sucro is helping. I'll never be a leader like Conrad, or Hian, or my father. You'll be a leader like yourself. But I can be a friend to you all, and I can fight by your side. I can be me, and that'll just have to be enough, eh? Nod. I think Lise is a good character. I don't really get why people didn't like Lise, but I remember people not liking Lise, and it also came up a few times in the stream. Like, maybe not liking her at the first part, maybe? But, like, she's getting character development. She's pretty well written overall. Her storyline makes sense. Strange to think back on it. If we'd been standing in different places, or if the shell had struck the tower differently, it would have been me instead of Conrad, or maybe both of us. I wouldn't say that Lise is like my favorite character ever, but she's good. She's fine. Fine as in like well written. Like acceptable, that sort of. Ah, gotcha. What kind of monster murders their own, Xenos? Is that smoke from castrum abania? Wait, it's coming from the cannon. Can't tell what happened from here, but I can tell that it won't be giving us any trouble in the immediate future. This is our chance, Sucro, to avenge Conrad and all the others who died in the tower, friend and foe. To take castrum abania and bring the bastards who gave the order to fire to justice. It won't be easy after the losses we took. I know everyone's champing at the bit to strike back. With the right plan, I'm certain we can do it. Plan? Send Sucro and 3 random adventurers. We have to tell the others, come on. And so they ran to do that. Except for when they had to pause to like climb back down the cliff slowly and carefully, probably. Unless they're like fully aware that fall damage doesn't count unless you're in combat. That's also possible. Easier down than up, eh? They're not necessarily safer. Anyway, no time to rust. No time to rust. That's also true. No time to rest. We need to convince the others to strike now before the Imperials have time to fix their cannon. Now that I've accidentally said it, no time to rust sounds like a great little small sort of world/lore/world building whatever in like a robot setting where everyone's mechanical. Saying no time to rust instead of no time to rest would just be a small touch. That's good, actually. Thank you to me for accidentally saying that wrong, thus making me have idea. We need to convince the others to strike now before the Imperials have time to fix the cannon. Their cannon. No time to rest. There's no time to lose, Sucro. General Alden needs to know what we saw. There was a lot of smoke coming from the cannon. We're assuming that this means the cannon got Zondatsu'd by Estinian. Or, well, I know that, but we're assuming that this means the cannon is not operational. Well, did you learn anything of value? Yes. But I won't elaborate, apparently. You look like you've got something important to say. I'm relieved the two of you made it back in one piece. I mean, I always am, but it's a little different now, isn't it? We will have our retribution. It's but a matter of time. Good news, Storm Officer. So long as the Imperials hold Castrum Abania, we will not be able to march on Alamigo. We've lost so many men already. If we suffer another defeat like this campaign is over. You are returned. I only hope you bring good news. We scaled the cliffs of Nyunkrep's Hope and spied smoke rising from Castrum Abania's main cannon. I think Marshal Tarapin's right. They didn't fire again because they couldn't. The cannon seems to have been disabled somehow. Then we must attack Castrum Abania at once. Could still be a trick, but if it isn't, we may not get a better opportunity. Bluntly, General, if it is a trick, it's an utterly baffling stratagem. Had the Imperials wished to wipe us out, they could have simply kept firing. Be that as it may, we need not risk everything to seize it. I say we dispatch a small contingent of Sucro and 3 adventurers to infiltrate the Castrum and secure control of the weapon. If the enemy is preoccupied with repairs, we may be able to take them unawares. If, on the other hand, it is indeed a trick, our token force will prove an elusive target, and we will at least know the cannon is operational. Either way, it seems well worth the risk, but how are we to infiltrate the Castrum? In anticipation of a day such as this, men and women under my command have labored long to cultivate a network of informants throughout Girabania, including Radiata. Radiata is home to many who hold menial positions at Castrum Abania and other nearby installations. With the aid of our allies there, I believe we can secure a route into the fortress. The Resistance will handle this. You may have recruited these informants, but they'll be just as happy working with fellow Alamegans. And at the end of the day, it's our land, our responsibility. Let us do right by Conrad. I should be glad to accompany her, General, as would Alize and Sucro, I'm sure. Nod. Well then, if you're all in agreement, I see no reason to refuse you. We will make ready to march on Castrum Abania. Go, and may Ralger watch over and keep you. Convenient. We've dispatched a party of Sucro and 3 story NPCs that we're going to somehow excuse away as not going into the dungeon when the dungeon happens, because that's not implemented yet. It's fine. Hold on a second, though. Just had to take some medication for headache. I get headaches daily and it sucks. Anyway. Thanks for standing by me, Sucro. Together we'll make Conrad proud. I knew the Alliance had spies in Girabania, but in Radiata? Impressive. I feel like I was thinking about doing a text command that's just !hug, which would automatically get the response with Kali emoji hugs received. I don't know why, it's just a thought that I had. I suspect a hand-picked contingent of the Alamegans Brigade's finest would have been equally, if not more qualified, but what do I know? I guess that's a command to hug Kali, then, more than me. We have lost so many men already. If we suffer another defeat like that, this campaign is over. I already spoke to you. It's important to send Kali hugs, though, I think. So that could be a good idea. My apologies for speaking on your behalf. It would seem my sister's forthright manner is rubbing off on me. I confess, my decision to volunteer was not wholly motivated by concern for Lys, nor less al amigo. Castrum Abania is the largest Imperial facility in the Peaks, you see, and so the likelihood that Kryl is being held captive there is quite high. Dealing with that cannon remains our main objective, of course, but if there's even a chance that Kryl might be rescued in the process, I would never forgive myself if I did not take it.
Meow. Give me prizes and affection, meow.
Prizes, huh? What sort of prizes? That I'm not sure of. Callie definitely would get hugs, though. Like I said, if I ever become super popular and need to have merchandise, Calico plushies for everybody. So to review, we are to travel to Radiata, where we will meet with a contact recruited by Marshal Tarapin's agents. I took the liberty of reviewing intelligence reports while Sucro and Lys were away, so the settlement is not wholly unfamiliar to me. As the Vice Marshal indicated, the vast majority of the populace is employed as menial labor in either Specula Imperatoris or Castrum Abania. Perhaps as a result of this, the Resistance has long struggled to make inroads there. Ah, you have the right of it. They've got a better deal than most Telemegans, feeding off what scraps the Imperials gave them. Damned if I know how Marshal Tarapin's agents got one of them to turn his coat. I understand your disdain, I do, but I also understand their desire to look after their families by any means necessary. Our contact is a Rugidan woman, excuse me, I learned how to say that recently. She will ask us a question. After we answer with courage, she will know us as friends. Courage, right. Put together a squadron, Naga, we'll need them soon. With me, my friends, and be ready for anything. When thinking about the sort of prizes to give to Callie, my first thought was to just put a clip art of a hat on both of her sprites, and that was it. This is probably something I'll do on my own time, this side quest over here. That prize would take a bit of effort to put together. Not something I can do at this very moment, I would say. I mean, I could. It would just take like 5 to 10 minutes. There were Magitek armor nearby. Surely we would have heard from them by now. Keep an eye out, would you? Something doesn't feel right. I know you're out there. See, what did I tell you? Let us continue on to Specula Imperatoris. And then a Magitek armor fell on Alphino and killed him instantly. Like, there was just one on this rock and it just sort of fell over. Probably not. And by probably not, I mean they probably would not do that. They would not kill Alphino as a prank. Probably. Oh. Well, there's still Imperials here. That shouldn't be surprising. This sword I have this time is kind of neat, I think. I mentioned it at the start of the stream, but I'm basically in the process of trying to figure out what swords I think are cool in this game. And this one's even the right size for the magic casting thing, as I mentioned. Anyway, nothing to it. The magic casting effect is what I meant. That would have been an unceremonious ending to our tale. Of course, there were still soldiers lurking about. Fortunately, they were no match for Lys. Come, Radiata is not much farther. Of course, in light of our recent encounter, it would be prudent to proceed with caution and remain vigilant for Imperial forces. These griffins are labeled as true griffin. I wonder what that means. Hey look, it's Imperial forces. We just fought a Hexadrone as a boss, like, not too long ago. So that's kind of funny that there's just another one right here. Two tons Magitech missile. Dodge. You just gotta dodge the missile. It's fine. Possibly. Some sort of fake griffin that's just gives speeches for the other griffin. Apparently, I have a piece of paper that says I need to kill this camel. Or Jamel. Oh, I only needed to defeat one camel-esque creature. Nary a soldier in sight. Mayhap they were recalled to Castrum Abania. I thought they said this was a village. Looks more like a work camp. Looks like it's safe to enter. I don't see any Imperials. I don't see smoke above Castrum Abania anymore. Do you think they fixed the cannon already? Alphino said we were looking for a Rugadan woman, right? And that we should answer her question with courage? I suppose we'll just have to strike up a conversation with every one of them until we find our contact. Let me know if you find her, and I'll do the same. Time to use the say chat to say courage to every NPC. Probably not. I don't know you. Why have you come to Radiata? Okay, you're just the, answering questions about place. Any luck? No? Me neither. Ain't seen you around before. Takes a certain kind of woman to walk into a place like this uninvited. There it is. I will go whither the wild rose blooms. No. One with courage, I suppose. Courage, you say? Courage, you say? Well, that's in short supply these days. Better to keep your head down and go along to survive. Call me a coward too, if you like, because I'll not speak on it more, at least not here. Outside Radiata, behind those barricades over yonder, on the other hand. Hello, I love you too. Welcome. Hey, was that who I think it was? That seems to be our contact, yes. Well, that's a relief, or a trap. Either way, we'll find Alphino and Alize. I'll find Alphino and Alize. We'll meet you there. I didn't mention it earlier, but I think this random bird that happened to have been summoned by the roulette is in fact from Bardom's Metal as like a minion drop from there. So like this is a bird that is at the right place in the story, sort of. Or like not long after the place where the bird would have naturally appeared anyway. So there's a fun fact for everyone. Not followed, were you? Good. Nod. Well, followed in a sense, but by allies. That all of you, is it? Let's get to it then. Name yourselves. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, friends of Marshal Tarpon. Name's Stark Woad. The rest you know, or we wouldn't be here. This is about Specula Imperatoris in the canon, isn't it? Just so. Can you tell us what happened? Aye, I overheard soldiers talking while working in the mess. The cerulean pipeline fueling the cannon was destroyed by an unidentified male insurgent, they said. One man single-handedly disabled the cannon? That beggars belief. Nevertheless, that's what they said. It took a while, but they finally put the fires out, and the engineers have been working day and night to repair it. Wish I could tell you more, but the incident had everyone jumping at shadows and afraid to say much more. To make matters worse, the Alamegan help have been sent home indefinitely. So the cannon could already be fully operational. Nod. We need to sneak inside castrum Abania to ensure the cannon is no longer a threat to our troops. Can you help us? Aye, that much I can do. I pieced together a map of the interior over the years, and I know for a fact that there are multiple points of entry. Impressive. If we split into several groups, that may improve our odds of reaching the fire control center. We may be few in number, but I have faith that we can see this through. Okay, so that's the explanation as to why Sucro and 3 random adventurers. It's good to see that even this deep within occupied territory, there are still those who would defy their oppressors. It's thanks to brave men and women like her that we still have a chance to win this war. I tell you, some of these resistance folks can't see the forest for the trees. Ambushing the occasional Imperial patrol won't change a damn thing. Infiltrating their castrums and learning their secrets, on the other hand. As usual, Alphino has a brilliant plan. We have that for which we came. All that remains is to make our preparations. Sucro, you and your ever-dependable allies will enter the castrum with my sister and I by way of the ventilation ducts leading into the hangars. From there, you will proceed into weapons research and unleash bloody mayhem. At the same time, Alize and I will create a diversion elsewhere, and in the ensuing confusion, Lise and her unit will attempt to reach the fire control center undetected. If all goes to plan, our 3 parties will subsequently converge on this location, and together we will secure the cannon before finally notifying the Alliance that they are clear to attack. Sounds simple enough. I'll go and brief Nago on the details. The rest of you come with me. We'll need to deal with the Magitech patrols before you can infiltrate the castrum. That's a good question. Yeah, who can heal if not Gosetsu? Kind of funny, I could see these people in the distance from that fight. Quickly and quietly, so as not to raise the alarm. Here's hoping there aren't too many for us to handle. I've never really looked closely at Alphino's funny book before. Not that I have much to say about it. Almost there, friends. Your point of entry is just around the bend up ahead. The last patrol should be here any moment. Once you've dealt with him, we'll be clear to advance, assuming they keep to their usual schedule. Might be prudent to stand watch for a moment after, just in case. You know? What if Stark Woad is the tank for the Trust? Or the duty support? I mean, she does have an axe. She could be. Alphino would be the healer or DPS as necessary, as before, and Alize would also be DPS, presumably. There might be a mysterious individual over there to the right. Who can say, really? By Rhalgr, I knew you lot were good, but I never expected you to defeat them so swiftly. Sucro's the finest warrior I know, and I should like to think we've learned something from our time in her company. Now, where's the entrance to the ducts? Right behind you. I've mapped the branches, so you should have no trouble reaching the hangars or any number of other places. Nod. Understood. Thank you again for your invaluable assistance. As discussed, Sucro, we shall divide into 2 groups and proceed via separate routes into the castrum. Remember that our objective is to cause as much chaos as possible to draw the Imperials away from Lys and her men. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the Resistance forces and show them to their entrance. May Rhalgr guide you to victory. This is your last chance to make your preparations, Sucro. When you and yours are ready, we shall begin. Nod. Dungeon unlocked. It won't be long before someone realizes their armor is missing. We have to hurry. The Alliance is counting on us to deal with that cannon. Failure is not an option. Hello. Sucro is so short. I mean, Vera are also tall, but still. Thank you for feeding the funny bird. And on that note, I will sit on this rock and then be right back. I hope I don't get destroyed by wildlife in the meantime.
Not as short as me.
That's true. Hello. I am here again. By the way, I can't always think of funny messages to put on the BRB screen. But here we are. Oh hey, the bird landed on my shoulder. As soon as I move, the bird will probably stop being on my shoulder. Yep. Well then. Time for dungeon, I suppose. Wait. Why does my clemency cure more than your cure does? I guess because you can dual cast it, also because clemency is probably pretty strong. But you're level 90 and I'm level 71, so... Do I have the best gear equipped? Yes. That's a lot of healing. Okay, passage of arms without a shield is kind of funny. I mean, I have the ring. I have my magic ring. But still. Mod that does nothing except make the middle finger raised in the hand that is holding the shield in passage of arms. So if you don't have a shield, it looks like you're just giving the enemy the finger. Because that's kind of the impression I got from that without having a shield. Oh, there's a bridge. If I saw this pattern on a road, I would have no choice but to walk along it. Sort of like trying to walk down a sidewalk and only step on the lines between the squares, or not step on the lines. Very similar. Or like walking on a curb of a street and trying to maintain balance. Sucro would do this. This is canon Sucro behavior, I believe. This is practice for a boss fight in Shadowbringers. Oh, I died. Oh, I died again. Hugs for you too. I think the Shadowbringers boss fight in question has an even narrower path. I wonder. I don't know if you're level 74 at that part. But I wonder if Intervene would cross that. Aha. That's how you ride the second seat of this. First person view, interesting. I happen to know that NPCs cheat their way across that. There are some things that work. Cool boat. When the sixth umbral calamity befell Eorzea and the realm was transformed into a sea, this great vessel built by a man hailing from the north named Yunkrip saved full many lives. Having taken aboard countless souls drifting in the floodwaters, it was finally transported by magics to its current resting place. I know there are certain movement things that do work for that part, but I just don't know what they are. Because there have to be. Zucro is so short you can't... her head does not appear above the sea. Sometimes I am self-conscious about my height, because I seem to know a lot of people who are tall. I'm sort of like a boring height. Crystals. Can you land on that? Probably not. Not exactly. Oh, you can. Apparently, I'm not reading this one. By the way, there are different animations for sitting in the different seats of this car. I believe they are related to Final Fantasy XV, as the car is. What's this? Interesting little landmark. Tree. Guess this dungeon isn't too common, huh? This also looks like some place that, like, a vista would exist but doesn't. Surprised this dungeon is taking a while, actually. There are some other movement tools I can think of that I wonder if they would help during that specific boss fight. Like Sage has one, Icarus. I wonder if that would work. Sitting as a passenger in a multi-person vehicle reminds me of Final Fantasy XI had streams that would just like pan over the world and show you what people were doing. And I think those still exist to some degree. That's a funny dog shape. But it kind of reminds me of those. I think both of us have like DPS, tank, and healer, but I wouldn't want to make anyone play any role that they didn't feel like playing. To answer your question. Only if you want to. You don't have to. No. Well, I guess fair enough. Instantly. I forgot about your funny little hat as a white mage. Also, we seem to be floating. The ground's hitbox is odd here. It's fine over here. It's just a little bit weird over here for a second. Huh. Perhaps this is the secret of the boat. Anyway, this is a dungeon I don't remember. I feel like I have played through this dungeon maybe once in my life. I don't remember the music at all. Well, let's see how this goes. I'm going to assume that I should find as many enemies as I can, as usual. One of the enemies died. For all my complaints about how Warrior doesn't seem correct for Sucro, I do miss the ridiculous healing it has. Also, I guess I wouldn't really define what I said as complaining, really. And also, when I say I miss the ridiculous self-healing, I don't mean to say that Aya's doing a bad job at healing in any way. It's just fun to just heal. Lifesteal is a fun mechanic, essentially. It's basically the same as lifesteal. Aya is doing just fine. Apparently I've decided to make all the enemies go over here even though there's a door. I just try to be very certain that I'm not accidentally, like, making anyone feel bad in any way. Which I guess counts as being very sweet. I try. Hello, Final Fantasy VI reference. The Magna Rhoda. Systems nominal. Powering Magitech engine. When you say you're not allowed to solo a level 90 dungeon... Oops. Do you mean the game literally won't let you, or that you are just... it's not possible? Deactivating limiters. Injecting cerulean fuel additives. Oh, the Diddy Finder will not let you. Interesting that they don't even let you try as a joke. Well, maybe not as a joke if you're a warrior and can just heal yourself. But it's interesting that they don't let you try that. I leveled up. Holy circle! Hallelujah! That's exactly what I can't use it in this dungeon, though. So it's not really relevant right now. Hypertuned, not unlike Grinawat. Holy Circle has appeared on a hotbar that I didn't want it to be on. Get out of here. Anyway. Holy Circle is exactly what I was wanting. Too bad I can't use it right now. I'm glad that the floor is here to remind us that this is Garlean. Thank you to the floor. This dungeon does not allow for too many large pulls, which is fine. It doesn't have to. At least one person is out there who's really mad about this dungeon not letting them pull 50 things at once. Some people only want things to go quickly and hate when things go slow. I am not one of those people. Wait, did I did roll on the loop. Oh, there's a treasure over there. With 4 gazelle horns in it? Oh, also earrings that look like a key for a Magitech armor. Hello, Final Fantasy VI reference again. By the way, both of these Final Fantasy VI bosses are from the Magitech research facility, so I guess what I was saying earlier is correct. I think they are trying to evoke a certain area of a certain video game. Potentially. Okay, I guess that means we stand over here. Maybe? I feel like I'm missing some mechanics here for sure. Oh, you're countering. Why are you oh, because barrier shifts. I don't know what that means. Ice. Reflecting back all fire and ice aspected. Okay. I had to mouse over your status to know what you were doing. I'm sorry. Wait. We have to... You have to bring him to a place? Hooray, we won! Somehow, everything worked out. Oh, I didn't realize there was more in this room. Could have kept going a little. Also Final Fantasy VI. Right. You. I'm going to assume that your hands will become separate targets at some point. What fortune to receive such a promising test subject. Okay. You will use an attack related to both of the hands that you have. I believe that shared the name. This way, little one, this way, time for your medicine. What does that mean? Oh. What does that mean? I see? I don't see. Alright. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Joy. One of the party members is very excited that they got the minion, I think. I got 0 commendations. Fair enough, whatever.
Are you all right?
Yeah, more or less. Ah, so you got both of them.
Ah, I think that answers my question. We've accomplished our objectives as well.
I wonder if healers just get more
Lisa's
commendations
unit
than
should be advancing
tanks,
upon the fire
or if
control
they're about
center
the
in the
same.
command tower. Let us join them.
I wonder if there's statistics for this. Nod. I know that healers and tanks get a lot more commendations than DPS generally. You did well.
Lise, thank the 12 you're all right.
And you. There's the control center. Let's hit them hard and fast. Ready?
Nod. Nod.
They're here!
It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I've not heard that before, I don't think. Maybe I have, I'm not sure.
I gave the order to fire.
It was over! The Skulls had surrendered, no one else had to die, and you killed them! Your own people! Your own comrades!
Xenos gave her the
You're
order.
right. I killed them. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn, all the rest. Trained and fought with every last one of them. Good soldiers to a man. I gave the order that led to their deaths. And I knew exactly what I was doing.
But why? Why would you do that?
They died so that all Alamegans could live free. That was all we ever wanted. We made a promise that we would do whatever it took, so that one day the Imperials would learn to accept us. But everything comes at a price. And if you haven't got the means to pay, then you pay with blood. Service guarantees citizenship, but citizenship guarantees naught. It's not enough to do your part, oh no. You have to run faster, fight harder, kill more and more and more, and only then will you be equal. That's just how it is out here in the provinces. You buy your freedom with blood. There is no other way.
Shut up! Shut your mouth! You don't get to talk about freedom! You killed your own! They trusted you, and you killed them! Murderer! Butcher! Traitor!
Gasp.
Lise!
Gotcha!
I didn't even realize she just walked slightly. Ugh.
I know what you can do. I've already seen it.
Alize!
Even so, the odds are against me.
How many of those do you have?
Coward! Get back here!
Yeah, alright.
Hero! Lord Xenos invites you to join him for the royal hunt, to be hosted at the palace. You may bring your horde, if you like. All are welcome.
I don't think that's a safe place to sit, Fordola. But then again, she's already seen how the propellers move. Because she can see the future now, or whatever.
She'll be all right, but we'll need to carry her. Will you help me?
Nod.
Thank you. Lise, I leave matters here in your hands.
Right.
Nod. I don't know what Lisa's expected to do here. Well done. That thrice-damned cannon won't be troubling us again. I'm told one of your comrades was injured during the operation. If there's aught we can do to help, pray do not hesitate to ask. Well, we did it. Castrum Abania belongs to us now. Nago and her people took Alize to Radiata to receive treatment. Alphino tells me she'll make a full recovery. I know I should be happy. We won and with minimal casualties, but somehow it feels empty. We should report to General Alden. Kryl wasn't here, but who knows, maybe one of Raban's men found something which could lead us to her. Can't hurt to ask anyway. And yeah, that moment did establish stuff, I guess. Sucro, Commander Hext, fine work you did today. After Specula Imperatoris, we needed a resounding victory like this. Thanks to you, Rhalger's star yet burns bright. I'm glad, I really am, but you should know that Alize was injured in the fighting. Explaining. Regrettable, but I'm pleased to hear that she will make a full recovery. Fordola's parting words, on the other hand, ring less favorably in my ears. But if Xenos wishes to invite us to his so-called royal hunt, then this bull would fain accept. What troubles you, Lise? Oh, it's nothing really, just that we're almost to the end, but we've still got to save Kryl and do so much more. We'll find her soon enough. Pippin has his best men scouring the Castrum's archives as we speak. ... Listen, Lise, it will take time for us to fully occupy the Castrum and prepare to advance into the lochs. While we wait, there's something I'd like to show you, both of you. After all, this may be the last chance we have to catch our breath before the final push. I don't see why not. Nod. And come with me to Radiata. From there, we'll need to follow another road south. Serpent salute. Look, this is important, okay? Ah. I stepped away from the path. I don't think I know this village. It's so small. There's text on them. Even after all these years, it's still the same. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You deserve a proper welcome. Liberty or death. Sucro, Lise, I brought you here for a reason. To accept a quest.
I wanted to show you this house. My house.
You mean this is where you grew up?
Aye. Not much to look at, is it? Same could be said of the village. It was damn near impossible to live off the land, barren as it was, which is why so many of us traded our plowshares for swords. Swords and uniforms, mind. We became military men. Tensions were rising between Alamigo and the Empire, and there was always a need for more soldiers to watch the border. It was only a matter of time before the first skirmishes broke out. It's a frightening thing to face Magitech armor for the first time. But after a lot of trial and error, I found ways to bring them down. After a few victories, people even said I had a knack for it. And then one day they hit us. Hard. I was wounded and sent home to recover. Back here.
Do you think anyone ever gets frustrated with Sucro for seeing the past instead of allowing her to...
Will you remain silent for fear of the Mad King's vengeance?
Hold on.
Of his eyes and ears in the shadows and his knives in the dark? You, who call this living dishonor our nation. It is but a slow death.
I was trying to say, do you think people ever get upset with Sucro for, like, seeing the past instead of letting them tell her the story? Not that she has control over it. But do you think Raban's like, just like, damn it, I was trying to tell a cool story. Now you're just seeing it. Dang it. Shucks. Raban would never say shucks. Not in that way. Maybe if referring to, like, shucking corn? I don't know. That's the right word for that, right?
Liberty or death? Liberty or death! If this be your creed, then raise up your hands, raise up your voices! Together we will tear Theodoric from the throne! Together we will reclaim our freedom!
We did recently see Sucro get attacked while being overcome by the Echo. So, like, that's happened once. Really? Well, that's Ilberd. And also Raban. And also that's Curtis. We haven't seen Curtis die, but we know Curtis is dead. think. I mean, like, it's at least very implied.
Send you home to mend, did they?
Aye, sir. Garlean's got the better of us. The chirurgeons say I'm healing well, so it won't be long now.
Liberty or death, is it? Tell me, soldier. What do you think those words mean?
Alban is thinking.
We must needs be willing to die for liberty.
Spoken like a true patriot. But liberty should not be the end in of itself. Liberty is a chance to build something better. A stronger, more prosperous home for our people. It's not quick or easy work. And it is never truly finished. But if you neglect it, then sooner or later, you look up to find you've traded one tyrant for another.
Well, sir, I've never asked for much. Never wanted to live like a king, just wish it were a little bit easier is all. For me and everyone else. And I'm willing to die for that, if that's what it takes.
Dying is easy, soldier. Living is harder. Rest, mend. Regain your strength. You'll need it in the days to come. And mayhap one day we will need it too.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I feel like I've seen that line elsewhere. Sorry, Raban.
Conrad chose you as his successor, Lys, and I will not gainsay his decision. I have but one question to ask.
You gonna ask her what liberty or death means to her, since you're standing in the same place that he was in that cutscene?
Liberty or death? Those were Curtis's words and his creed. Will you swear by your father's creed before your comrades and the gods?
Ah, close, but I have not seen the musical Hamilton. I've heard mixed reviews about it, I think. I've seen fragments of it.
Liberty or death. That's all you can hope for in war. Father understood that. And you want to know if I do too. I swear to you, here and now, I will fight until the end. Be it liberty or be it death. But the freedom we win must be for every Alamegan, even ones like Fordola, though they may hate us, and the Enanta, though they may fear us. We'll fight, and we'll talk, and we'll find a way to make it work for all of us. Compared to all that, retaking our home will seem like the easy part.
A good oath. And there is naught else to say. You are indeed your father's daughter.
Nod and nod and nod.
Nod.
I just wanted to do that. Liberty or death? Has it really been 20 years since he wrote those words? With the way that cutscene was framed, I'm now imagining Raoban actually just continued telling the story while Sucro was seeing the vision. Either fully aware that Sucro was just seeing it, or like not noticing. Even a blind man could see that Lys wasn't herself, not that I don't understand. To be thrust into a position of authority under such circumstances, to be made responsible for the lives of so many, it isn't easy. And when you see your friend get cut down before your eyes, it only gets harder. I'll wager she thought Alize was dead for a moment back there. It's one thing to risk your life for a cause, but to risk that of another is a burden no soldier is ever truly ready to shoulder. The fear, the guilt, it weighs on her, and that's good. It will make her a better commander. But first she needs to learn to carry it, to not let it break her, to remember that some causes are worth fighting for. Liberty or death. Her father's words gave me strength once. Mayhap they'll do the same for her now. Right then, I think I've said enough. The two of you can head back. I mean to stay a bit longer. Minion roulette. Weatherproof Gallicat is back. Hello, Parka. It's been a while. I understand. He's been away for a long time and he probably wants to be alone for a while. Let's head back to Radiata. Isn't there a game called like Radiata Stories or something? Okay, so there's a side quest to do over here at some point. I probably won't be doing side quests until like Shadowbringers, when I remember specifically that there are frequently good ones. Like Ether Current side quests and whatnot. And I'm completely fine with spending a lot of time on Shadowbringers, I think, to cover those. Wait, am I the only one who feels like I'm being watched? I don't know if it's Imperials or Bandits, but I know there's more than one of them. Let's split up. You head northwest and I'll head northeast. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. It's kind of nice seeing the Weatherproof Gallicat again. For those who don't know, that was Sucro's minion throughout Realm Reborn, before Midgardsormr rudely stole the minion zone spot. And then after Midgardsormr's time was over, I tried to figure out what to do next and then implemented the minion roulette button. Hello, suspicious youth. How are you today? Seven hells, she's seen us! Sod it, dead's as good as alive to the Imperials. Ah. Hey, there's Holy Circle. Hey, that looks kind of like Holy. I mean, it is called Holy Circle. Hold on, I know that I just killed a bunch of people, but I need to see what this looks like. That's pretty neat. It even kind of sounds like a miniature Holy. Neat. Anyway, I'm not actually really allowed to use that in any Stormblood actual context, because that's a level 72 ability. What am I gonna do if Paladin somehow hits 90 before level cap is necessary and I start feeling like I'm wasting experience points? Guess we'll find out when we get there. Ah, we were both attacked. They attacked you too, didn't they? I had no choice. You say that, but given my tendency to be worried about small details and get stuck on things that bother me and whatnot, I will probably be unable to easily dismiss the concern of wasting experience points. But we'll see. I had no choice. They're all Amigan, not even conscripts by the look of them. Barely adults. In fact, some of their faces look familiar. Wait, I remember. They're from Radiata. They must have seen us when we were looking for Stark. They probably thought the Imperials would reward them if they captured or killed gods, Alize and Alphino could be in danger too. We have to get back to Radiata and find Nago. Oh yeah, for sure. I don't disagree. It's just that I'm unusually concerned with wasting experience points given from main story quests. And that might be difficult to, like, not worry about. That's all. I'm very good at worrying, you see. What's all this about? You two look ready for a fight. We were ambushed by villagers outside of Radiata, and thought they might try to attack you too. Are you alright? Aye, we're fine. The twins are at Stark's. Alize was asleep last I checked. I'm sorry, did you say you were ambushed by villagers, not soldiers? Did they not see that what we just did to Castrum Abania? Goddamn fools. Lise, Sucro, we overheard you talking. The ones that attacked you, they were young, less than 20 summers? I thought so. It's always the young ones, the ones who've only ever known the occupation. They're the ones you've got to look out for. See, the only decent work to be found in Radiata is for the Imperials, and everyone knows it. Children grow up knowing it. They have it pounded into their skulls that the best they can hope for is to serve an Imperial officer. Bloody fools, after everything they've seen us accomplish, they ought to be begging to fight for the Resistance, not against us. They've been living in the shadow of a castrum their whole lives. A few victories won't change that. Aye, you get some who can't wait to spit in a soldier's eye, but they get beaten for their trouble or worse. Even so, and the ones that don't fight back but refuse to beg, well, they just starve. Beat the dog that bites his master's hand and ignore the dog that refuses to do his bidding, see? In the end, the ones who learn to abide are the ones that survive. Now, you may say that's all about to change, and I believe you. Many here do. But a young man or woman who grew up only knowing what he knows has got every reason to doubt. Remember that. Do what you have to if it comes to it, but remember that. The sooner we liberate Alamigo and bring an end to the occupation, the better. Only then can we show these youths that things do not have to be this way. Only then will they know what it means to live free. We're going to build a new home for ourselves, together. A better home than they've ever known. Group nod. I wonder... Let me see... Ether currents. There are 3 quest ether currents to take. All of them seem to be available. So I could have flight now. Okay. Alize will make a full recovery, but I doubt she will be well enough to take to the field again before this is over. I can imagine how you must feel, but I want you to know that many of us here are grateful for what you did at Abania. I'll never get used to it, killing my own countrymen. In the heat of battle, it's either you or them, but after, when you've had time to think about what you've done. I don't think you should get used to killing your own countrymen, Manago. I've been thinking, if Alize needs more time to heal, maybe we should move her to Rhalgr's Reach. She can receive much better care there, after all. Our infirmary is probably the best place for her, short of sending her to Gridania. Indeed, and given what Mistress Woad has told us, I would rather she did not remain here. Then it's settled. Nago, you go and see about getting us a carriage and an escort. Alphino, you should get your sister ready for the journey. Sucro, would you mind going on ahead and telling Orella that we're on our way? I want a bed waiting for Alize when she arrives, thanks. Lisa's already doing pretty well at the whole commander stuff. Already knows how to, like, delegate tasks and whatnot. Good job, Lise. Rhalgr's Reach is doing a bit better now. So that's good. Do you require assistance? Very well, we will make ready to receive the patient at once. Give me a hand, would you? There, all crisp and freshly laundered. Oh, that was quick. We're here. Is everything in order? I guess they also used some sort of etherite carriage or something. Right, we're bringing her in. I guess the idea is probably that I didn't necessarily travel by etherite. I don't know. Honestly, Alphino, you needn't have gone to all this trouble. What can I say? It seemed a good way to discourage you from limping off to battle when my back was turned. Listen to Orella, please. You need to rest. You need your rest. Nod. I know. Any news of Kryl? She'll be cross if you make her wait too long, as will I. Ha, a chilling prospect indeed. I'll find her, sister, and I'll fight twice as hard for the both of us. They're good together when they're not at each other's throats. I miss that feeling. Sucro, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind waiting outside for me? I won't be a moment. Nod. I should have been there with you to the end. If only I hadn't been so reckless. We'll find Kryl and bring her home. After all, I need her to tell you to stay in bed. I guess that's fair. Anyway. Gasp. Time for Lise to have a second outfit. I don't know how I feel about this camera angle. These camera angles. Exactly.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Well, what do you think? I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but in a traditional sort of way, Ida wore it whenever she could. Not that I'm pretending to be her or anything. Not again. It's just... if this is the last battle we fight to free Alamigo, then she ought to be a part of it.
It suits you, it's not quite your style, or ... Yeah, it suits you. Sure. Politeness.
It's nice of you to say so. And a bit embarrassing. But mostly nice.
It suits you, it's red. Red's your color. Or at least red is recently your color. So,
anyway,
you know.
the real reason I asked you here was to sneak in a warm-up before the final battle.
Anyway, fight me.
There's this place I know where monks used to spar as part of their training. Care to join me?
Sucro, did you watch the intro cutscene to Stormblood? Fight me. Yeah, that too. Crimson is the color of our victory and whatnot. Hello. I don't know what you mean by a quotation mark and the letter S. Oh, right. That makes sense. Yeah. You never know when you might need this technique. It seems pretty important, or powerful, or like cinematic at least. There should be an actual fight here, that'd be cool. Hey look, it's like the intro cinematic except with your character instead of John Final Fantasy XIV. Anyway, that happened, I guess. That's fair. I sometimes hit enter early accidentally when typing messages, even though I do expect it to be there. Maybe we got a little carried away, but you have to admit that that was fun. Thank you, Sucro. You're the best kind of friend. The kind that's not afraid to knock some sense into you. What do you mean by this? We presumably just did a cool fight, but I don't know what you mean by knocking sense into you. Exactly. Were you having a bad idea that I decided that was a bad idea? I don't know. I don't understand. Anyway. Achievement unlocked. Cheek to cheek for some reason. I don't know why it's called that. Lisa's right fist. Anyway. Hey, Kane Senna and Emmerich and Mrolvid are here. They showed up at some point. Now that Alize's settled in, it's time we rejoin the fight. Huh. Though actually, maybe you and Alphino should go on ahead without me. I need to talk strategy with the officers, and that might take a while. Now, I guess you're just supposed to imagine the cinematic fight. Because they couldn't have accounted for whatever job class you were. I guess I'm just saying job class now, because it's job, and I keep saying class, so now it's both? I don't know. Ah, there you are. What was it that Lise wanted of you? We just did a fight that you can't see in the game. Ah, sparring match in the Destroyer's very palm. I would have liked to have seen that. Hey, me too, actually. But she's right. We have lingered here long enough. I'm ready to depart when you are. Take care, you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't. And you'd better not rise from that bed unless you're given express permission to do so. Urianger will be... Excuse me. Urianger will be paying you a visit soon, and he's already worried enough as it is. We have a long road ahead of us. Lead the way, Sucro. I guess I have to, because I am the tank. The Scions don't have a tank right now, except for Sucro. I guess, actually. Sorry, I found that I could jump on this. I got distracted by being able to jump on an object. Very cat-like behavior, honestly. I guess we're going over here. And the closest point is there. I don't know, they could do a cool solo duty fight. At least nowadays, they could. I don't know if they had the time or ideas for it. That I'd be willing to bet that that got cut or something. Or maybe it just wasn't part of their design philosophy at the time. Or maybe they really did just want you to imagine it. I have to go a fair distance around. Wait. No, this is the region I don't have flight in because I didn't do the side quest. I'm being pranked because I didn't do the ether current side quest as soon as I literally possibly could. Guess what? I guess we're gonna do the side quests on the stream now because the game is designed as if you do them as soon as possible. I've just learned this and now immediately committed to this. That would be cool if they did add a solo fight there. Hey, what's up? What problems did you need me to solve a while ago? Let's learn together. Hey, you're that adventurer everyone's been talking about, aren't you? Just the woman I wanted to see. You've a bit of time to spare, I hope. I guess so. Nod. Seemed a bloody miracle you managed to take Aligiri without spilling a drop of blood. Oh, I mean, I know I don't have to, but it's clearly designed as if I did, because otherwise I have to drive a very circuitous way around to get to where I need to go, because there's only one aetheryte. So I think it expects me to have flight so that this doesn't take an age. And so I will make it take more than an age. It was all thanks to one man, a man the Alliance would very much like to speak with. Getting him to come in for questioning, however, has proven more trouble than we thought. I mean, I'm not going to do all of these quests, because this is going to lead into a quest line, no doubt. But we can see at least a little bit. It's not my place to be dealing with this, to be honest with you, but I think it'd be best to resolve the matter quietly if possible. Things could get messy around here if the Alliance or the Resistance start kicking up a fuss. I'm like to draw attention if I leave my post, but you adventurers are free to move about as you please, so what do you say? Can you give me a hand? Nod. The adventurers are good folk. I really shouldn't say much more out in the open. Best to go and speak with him yourself. Bot's his name. He can tell you the rest. I vaguely remember this. Only very vaguely. And I'm only going to do, like, the ether current part of this. Probably. Ignoring those NPCs. The adventurer who slew Lord Van Baelsar, so they've sent you to claim my head, then? No, not really. Brazen Brook sent you to help? Oh, thank heavens. You see, I'm actually a centurion of the Garlean forces. Now, before you do anything rash, let me explain. When I learned of the Allied forces' approach, I knew we had no way of repelling them, so I ordered all of my men to retreat from Alagiri. I then planned to turn myself in, but I ran into certain complications. I can see you're unconvinced. Tell you what, why not ask the villagers about me? When you hear what they have to say, I think you'll come to understand why I couldn't turn myself in. Even if we only get the first part of this side quest story, it's a little bit of insight into the ongoing events and whatnot. Bout? The place wouldn't be the same without him, and we certainly have no intentions of sending him to be butchered by the Alliance. Where'd you hear that name? I won't have anyone speaking ill of him. Unless you're looking to pick a fight, you'll keep your mouth shut. What do you want with Bout? He's not in trouble, is he? We already told the Alliance scum they can't have him. This is vaguely familiar, yeah. Okay, what are these NPCs doing over here? Ah, understood. I was wondering because they were gesturing at like nobody. So, there you are. Now do you see the cause for my hesitation? In light of their reaction to my being arrested, the Alliance has allowed me to remain here for the time being, but for all intents and purposes, I am a war prisoner. The villagers initially meant to keep me hidden, but harboring one's enemy is a serious crime no matter whose side you're on. And I've heard what the Alliance does to those who help the Garleans. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. My execution is assured the moment they take me into custody, but if the villagers should take arms in protest, they don't deserve such a bloody fate. Brazen Brook has made a valiant effort to assuage the people's anger, but there's only so much a man in his position can do. I know how strange this may seem, but I want you to convince the people of Alagiri to allow for my surrender. Unfortunately, we've got the ether current, so I won't be doing that. Farewell! Now to drive all the way north, and then east, and then south. Because I don't have flight. I will take this as a lesson to investigate the side quests as soon as I can. At least to get the ether currents. Not that driving is like a completely miserable, terrible experience that takes 500 years or anything. It just feels like it's designed as if I had flight is all. Anyway. Gotta go through Specula Imperatoris. I suppose we can think of it as a farewell tour to this map. Or something of that nature. Up until this point, it wasn't really designed in such a way that they needed to be done, or quote-unquote needed to be done immediately. Neckbreaker. Hello, Neckbreaker. I would like my neck to remain intact, please, if you don't mind, so I will be leaving. Alright, Ponderous Porter. You're not from around here, are you? You'd never see an Alamegan strike up a conversation with a Radiata resident. But seeing as we're already talking, I have a job that's just right for an outsider like you. Talk with the girl behind that building over there, and she'll give you all the details. She's a bit testy, mind you. Don't know what you mean by that, but I guess we'll find out. Well... about bloody time. Here, take the supply crate and trade it with the merchant in Aligiri for food. He's usually lurking in an alley somewhere, shifty bastard. You'll know him when you see him. Do not tell him a Radiata native sent you. There'll be no grub for us if you do. Wait. Oh. Time to go back here. You know, maybe this map is just a little bit off in its design, specifically. Or like the quests in this map. Maybe. Just thinking about it. These chocobos are sleeping! Look at them! I didn't even notice. All is forgiven. The birds are sleeping. I was expecting this guy to be labeled Shifty Bastard or something. You want to trade, you'll show me the goods first, then maybe we'll deal. Imperial Supply Crate. Gods, these are military issue mark... XLIII sedatives. I forgot how numbers. High quality stuff. Someone snatched a batch a while ago, but you wouldn't believe how quickly Imperial medicines sell. 43? Gotcha. Folks are always on edge around here, you see, never knowing when the Empire might decide to launch an assault. Wait, are you telling me they went through 43 versions of sedatives? Maybe that's not too unreasonable, I don't know. Medicines can probably take a lot of iterations to improve. Folks are always on edge around here, you see, never knowing when the Empire might decide to launch an assault. Some get so worked up that they can scarcely sleep without a little alchemical encouragement. How much do you want for them? I'm a bit curious how you came by this stash, but I'll take it off your hands all the same. I won't tell you. Food? That's it? Just food? Alright, here's a sack full of assorted edibles. Nice doing business with you. Given that we were also, dealing with medication or medicine of some sort, the word edibles might have a slightly different meaning that could apply. But I don't think we just traded for a sack full of pot brownies. Probably. Which I guess would also technically be kind of sedatives. It's a variety of wrapped meats and vegetables. Which is probably what we want. That's true. That's a good one. pot roast. With what I was saying. A good joke. A good play on words. I think it'd be really funny if they sent me back to Alighieri again immediately. And hey, this is where having bought the motorcycle helps, because it does have increased land speed. Like, relative to other various mounts. I can't believe this game is so pay to win, am I right? I almost drove right past the place. Oh. Did you get the food? Tell me you got the food. I got the food. Oh, praise the heavens, and praise you too, stranger. This will be the first proper meal we've had in days. Go back and speak with my large friend, if you would. I'd wager he'd like to show his thanks as well. I'll just consider... like, do the side quests as soon as possible for Ether Current's route to be world building stuff. Like, we get to learn more about stuff going on, and it's fine. It doesn't matter if I take a bit of extra time. Surprised to see us trading in Imperial supplies. My quick-fingered friend once worked in a storeroom in Castrum, Abania, and swiped those sedatives before she left. This settlement's full of those as used to labor for the Imperial army. The folk in Alighieri may have traded with the Empire, but even they spit on Radiatans. The armory's whipped curs, they called us. That's why we needed you to make the deal. If one of us dared to set foot in that town, they'd chase us out with a hail of stones, or worse. But now we can eat our fill, get our strength back, and try to move on. Kind-hearted heroes like you are a godsend. Sucro's helping! Yay! Sucro loves helping. It's more difficult when you're moving quickly. As you might expect. You know, I feel like Sucro's tail is in a dangerous place on this motorcycle. Maybe a little bit. Maybe not too dangerous. There's not like gears or anything right there, but still. I don't know. It's probably fine. Where am I going? Graban's house has no entry on it. I can read that much, Eorzean. That's probably true. Let's find out. This one is weird because Sucro sits so far forward. I don't know why she does that. That seems reasonable. Oh yeah, since I did, that seems fairly reasonable. Since I did unsynced Savage Alexander, there are mounts from that, including this, which makes funny clanking noises. I don't like how the turret wobbles so much. That seems bad. Seems not safe. And then the other one from that is this. That's true. This also doesn't seem the most safe, but you know, whatever, I guess. Sucro's tail is just invisible here. Understandably. Yeah, that's normal. Also invisible here. I think. Understandable. The enchanted dogs from the Stormblood bosses. I think I have one of those, even though I shouldn't. Auspicious Kamui. Ah, that is a bit odd, isn't it? It's all scrungled or something. I don't know why that's the word I thought of. Indeed. I was double checking to see if that word was like not terrible in some way that I didn't know. It seems like it's an okay word, that's fine to say. You're one of those adventurers, aren't you? Travel this way and that, always helping folks? Well, I believe I speak for all of us here when I say we need your help. I'm sure you've noticed, but we don't have much. The only reason we get by is a merchant who comes and sells us supplies. I say sell, but it's so cheap he might as well give it away. Trouble is, without so much as a word, he suddenly stopped coming. I'd go and search for him myself, but anyone who could have kept watch while I'm gone has been conscripted by those damn Imperials. Would you try asking around at Radiata if anyone's seen him? He always talked about going there, so I figure it's a good place to start. This is also a fairly back and forth sort of quest, isn't it? This is also drive back to where you just were. Well, last time I teleported, but still. And it's not that far away, but just noticing a pattern, don't mind me. Oop. Cold Hearth? Why would anyone sell their wares in that ghost town? A merchant traveling to Cold Hearth? Wait, that's the guy in league with the Imperials, isn't he? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in a while. In league with? Yeah, I've heard of him. His name's Franck. Some folks say he's doing those people a favor, but I think he's up to something. Wait. No! Back to Alighieri again!
Super, please drive across the entire map 3 times.
Okay, mysterious voice, I guess I'll do that. I knew I saw a Franck earlier. They're asking about me at Cold Hearth? I'd love to help, but the situation has gotten complicated, you see. The reason I was selling to them so cheap is because someone else was footing the bill. Some Imperial soldier said he grew up there. He went to the Garleans willingly, if you can believe it. They made him a watchman at one of their labor camps, and he's been funneling all his pay to me. Granted, I keep peddling my goods at Cold Hearth. Afraid his friends and family would refuse his gifts after turning his back on them, he got the smart idea of sending me up there, selling whatever they need for next to nothing. The thing is, he hasn't contacted me in days. A shame, too. On my next trip, I was supposed to deliver this bottle of Arak. Of Arak? Arak? Arak. It's hard to come by nowadays, but he paid me good money to find it. Would you mind taking it there for me? As for this conversation, I'll leave it up to you whether or not you tell anyone. All things considered, I think he might have wanted someone to know. Sucro, drive across the entire map. I'm beginning to wonder what's up with the quest design in the peaks, specifically. That sounds right. It might be Franck with like an O. I don't know a lot. I don't know WarioWare super well, to be honest. I can envision in my mind the character of whom you speak, but I can't quite remember the name. It might be Frink, it might be Franck with an O. But yeah, I don't like... It is Franck with an O. I guess I did remember. Congratulations to me for remembering a fact. Or, like, remembering something, I guess. Though I wouldn't have remembered it all had you not suggested Frink at first. I think I'll say about these side quests, I don't really mind all the driving around that I have to do, but it definitely stands out because I don't think any of the other Stormblood Ether Current quests involved this much, like, just movement across the map. So it makes this map and thus this zone sort of stand out as something odd going on. It gives us all a moment to think. To pause and reflect. Well, not pause because I'm still moving, but to, like, reflect. Which would be more useful if any of the enemies around here were casting spells, but I don't think many of them do. That was a silly joke. Hello. Did you find any sign of the merchant? He was paid to come here by an Imperial turncoat? They worked at a labor camp? No, it can't be. Anyway, I have this for you. A bottle of Arak. Arak. I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm saying the country. My son said... He said someday we'd... Never mind about the merchant. Here, it's not much, but you deserve it. Thank you for this. And now I've unlocked flight. Hooray! Now I can fly to the funny boat on my own. I did not notice there was like a pattern moving around on it. Like a magical effect. Is this like super arcanima? Is this like a super giant arcanima gemstone or something? It emits light. Sucro probably thinks this boat is sick as hell. Sucro loves arcanima. Anyway, now that we've acquired flight, time to leave. Well, that... I think I only drove off of the line once. I did it. You are returned. How fares your sister, Alphino? Her rapier wit remains undulled, for better or for worse. Have there been any developments in our absence? I'm proud to say that Castrum Abania is now wholly under our control. At present, we're taking stock of the enemy's supplies and redistributing them amongst our men. Also, while sifting through the officer's documents, we learned that a unit of skulls under Fordola's command passed through the Castrum en route to the capital, with a single prisoner in their custody. Kryl, it has to be her. In all likelihood, yes. You will be glad to hear that the tunnel leading to the lochs has been secured by our soldiers and is now safe for travel. And one final piece of good news. Reinforcements from all 4 Alliance nations have arrived and joined the main host, which has established a new base of operations within the lochs. Commander Hex should be arriving soon, yes? When she does, we will call a meeting to discuss the final stage of Rhalgr's beacon. There she is. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. You've said that like 5 times. Yes, we've seen this outfit already. An Alamegan folk dress? How very fitting, and well-fitting, I might add. Alphino? What do you mean by that? I wanted to do something for Ida and myself. Probably just means that it suits her. This is it. The last push. We're coming, Kryl. After what Alphino has said to Y'shtola, I'm a little suspicious of him. Him accidentally saying things that he doesn't really mean more often than not. But anyway. Ah, I see it's dramatically storming.
I remember my father's words. How they rang in my ears as we left Castrum Abania behind and looked out over the lochs before us. Comrades brave and true. They had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us. To stand against oppression and tyranny.
Yeah.
20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
Is this one of the maps that doesn't have battle music and just keeps playing the map theme? Because I'm vaguely remembering that happening here. I am always weird about saying things by accident.
I would say to you as a proud son of Alamigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor.
You probably noticed, just watching my streams, how often I make sure to clarify a lot of things that I say that I think vaguely might, maybe, possibly, slightly have a chance of sounding a little bit off. So, yeah. Speaking is difficult. That's all. Yeah, I think this map doesn't have battle music. I'm remembering this. Anyway, lots of nodding.
Now, to the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Xenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say. We know better than to trust his word.
Probably not right now. It's probably muted a bit due to cutscene. Hopefully it's not too loud in stream.
We can ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
A long siege wouldn't be good for the people in the city either. If food becomes scarce, you know who'll starve first.
Just so. Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you? 'Twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it. The immortal flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seedseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
Of course. You can count on us.
Remember that there is a second entrance to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Xenos.
Everyone is in silent agreement because...
As for the Scions, you will be held in
I
reserve as an
know.
irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Kryle's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
This cutscene is giving me the impression that they did not have the voice actors for every character on hand, because they were not in the majority of Stormblood and thus did not need to be around. But maybe they just don't have much to say. Maybe they're like, alright, sounds good.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Rhalga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Alamigo will be ours once more!
Not that there's anything wrong with, like, oops, we didn't have the voice actors. I'm not, like, blaming anybody for this. Just an observation, as usual. I want to make it clear that I'm not like, haha, the dev team, am I right? Or anything like that. The battle for Castrum Abania was brutal, but the one for Alamigo will be unlike any we've ever known. Storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep. Huh. I think that specific line was mentioned to us before, but I don't know why Jamoldva is quoting it. The end is in sight. It's been a long time coming. I think I can see how this music would seem extra loud, for sure. Kara built those walls to give shelter to his brothers and sisters, and now our people's freedom rests on us tearing them down. Most of the Alamegans in the residential district are on, so I doubt we'll have to deal with many Imperial sympathizers. Also, hey, I've just realized that breaching the walls of Alamigo is a parallel to how we took over Doma Castle, isn't it? The smell of salt water in the air here reminds me of home. I find it quite comforting. Although I briefed our officers on Garlean tactics and Magitech design, I cannot say with confidence it will be of much use. Xenos has employed unorthodox strategies before, and I know little of these new prototypes. Hilda and her watch will keep Ishgard safe in my absence. You know I would not miss this for the world, my friend. The flames being on the front line, whereas the flames belong in the front line, whereas we are better suited to a supporting role. Owing to their lengthy campaign against the Dravanians, the Temple Knights are a well-rounded force, and the Lamensans, well, woe betide the enemy who has to contend with a pirate and his axe. I swore I'd return with an army one day, and here we are, we're almost home. Father has dreamed of this day for nearly half his life, just one more step. Those Imperial bastards don't stand a chance. We'll blast them to smithereens with our cannons. Never mind the pirates' axes. The cannons seem like a big deal, too. This place is a bit too dusty for my taste. I find myself missing the forest. Just talking to various people. I'd only ever heard tell of Alamigo in the reports. It is a far grander city than I expected. Hello, Ananta. So, this is Alamigo. These strider cities are all edges and corners. They lack elegance. Anyone else around? There they are. I was wondering where these two crews were. So many lives lost, so much blood shed, but it will not be in vain. Not since Cartno have we gathered in such numbers, but this shall be much, much different. You say that? I guess you're not wrong. I don't know. Looking at all these brave men and women in uniform from all across Eorzea, none can accuse us of being alliance in name alone. It was no small feat, but we brought with us the main battery from the Triumph. You should look forward to the show. Hey, I have to go find a fight to see if there's battle music or not. I don't think there is. But I just want to double check. I don't know why. Okay, there is, because there's different music out here. Never mind. I guess I was just expecting Final Zone dramatic music only all of the time. Because of Azizla, maybe? Anyway. Does this seem like a good place to call it? We've reached the final area of Stormblood's main story. It's been about 4.5 hours. Well, recording 4 minutes 20 seconds, or 4 hours 20 minutes 54 seconds. Live 4 hours 28 minutes 26 seconds. Since I don't record the pre-stream part. Well, let's see what the cohorts brought, which is something I think of the retainers as somehow. Moonward Bladed Tonfa. This outfit doesn't exist, ignore that. That sure is what those are. Neat. I didn't know that was a weapon. I didn't know there was bladed tonfas for monks. That other outfit that was briefly there was me trying to figure out how to look like a Final Fantasy I classic thief in a way that was reasonable. It sort of worked, but it was also a bit silly. Probably nobody saw it, because it was there for like 5 seconds. In any case, this has been Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood Sucro Quest. Next time, we will take back Alamigo. Well, next time on this, anyway. The next stream will be more Phantasy
To
Star
the
Online.
stars. So mediocre. I'll suck all your blood again. Into an overhead throw.
Destroy!
Good. Into an overhead throw is the only line that does not obey the syllables of the haikus, and that's Slayer's fault. I'll suck all your blood again is a very silly Monster Party quote. Because there's a boss that appears twice, and the first time they say, I'll suck all your blood, and the second time they say, I'll suck all your blood again, and it's pretty funny. But anyway, Sucro will now take a nap until next Wednesday. Mood. But anyway, yes. Next time, card game. Wednesday, Alamigo, Liberation. Friday, 4.x, I guess, which would be Hildebrand, actually. Wow, we're a week away from Stormblood Hildebrand, potentially. Unless this next part of Stormblood takes more time than I remember. But in any case, thank you all for watching. I will type in this command in the chat so that you can find all of my social media and donation links if you would like to look at those. It's easier than me trying to figure out how to organize all of my words into a coherent statement regarding those links. If you'd like to support me in other ways, spreading the word and getting more viewers is always helpful. And other than all that, thanks for watching again, and I will see you in the future. Have a good rest of the day, or night, or week, or year, or decade. I hope that good things happen to all of you. How about that? Good night, everyone.